All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here so we don't get too far off track, but I just wanted to thank you all for coming today. My name is Megan Donovan. I'm the Director of Social Media and Digital News here at Northeastern. And what that means is every day I get to come to work and work with a really talented team of content creators and social media experts who help us share the story of Northeastern's alumni, faculty, staff, and students with the world. So from everything from groundbreaking research to co-op on every continent and even just like fun visits with husky puppies on Centennial Common, every story is unique and has an impact, and we get to share those. So I'm so excited to be here today to learn more, so that you can learn more about how our team approaches social media, and then also this afternoon so that you can learn from some experts outside of just Northeastern and hopefully get some inspiration from them. So like I said, to start the day, you're going to hear from our team here, and they'll walk you through their process, which includes 24/7 social media monitoring, audience analytics that really power our strategies and help us create content that resonates with our target audiences. I always have fun and learn something new working with this team, and so I hope that you'll get the same thing out of talking to them that I do every single day. And then after we break for lunch, we'll be joined by an exciting array of experts from different fields. They're going to talk about everything from TikTok to engagement to accessibility, which I think will be really important to hear about. And then a common theme you'll hear from us today is that everything on social media should be a two-way street and a two-way conversation. So I hope that you'll also apply that to our conversations today. So definitely ask questions during the panels. We'll get to talk to each other during lunch and at happy hour at the end of the day, and really connect. And we can answer questions during the panels or just, when we're eating and enjoying drinks later. And so I know I speak for our entire team in communications when I say that I can't wait to connect and learn with you all today. And so for our first panel, I'd like to welcome a few members of our team to the stage. I think some of you may know these guys, some of you don't, so I'll let them introduce themselves and just tell you a little bit about them and what they do here at Northeastern.
Hi, I'm Fernanda Hurtado Ortiz. I'm the social media manager here. I graduated in 2019 from Northeastern, and I was actually a co-op with this very same department, and I stayed ever since. So I oversee our social strategy, sort of handle our data analytics, and just to make sure that we reach our goals, as well as our 24-hour listening, and just keep the engines running for this team.
And I'm Virginia Roa. I'm the audience engagement manager on our team. And to give you an idea about what kind of work I do, when you see Northeastern engaging or commenting on different people's either personal LinkedIn posts or seeing in the Northeastern comments, that's me. And, just getting the Northeastern brand out there and in conversations. I also run an ambassador program with students that has been so fulfilling and really helpful in helping us reach our goals as in our social strategy. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But yeah, that's a bit of the work that I do here.
I'm Cam Sleeper. I'm the senior social media video producer here, and I have my hands in a lot of different areas, but pretty much any video that you see on social media, I probably had a hand in it. I focus a lot on the TikTok, which if you don't follow us, you should, Northeastern U. I make Instagram reels. I even do more institutional videos every now and then, whether it's commencement, board of trustees. I wear many hats.
He's not mentioning his most prolific title, which is been given to him by the students, which is TikTok guy. They tend to recognize him on campus. He gets called out, so you can't forget that either.
And occasionally I step into the pause suit, which is the highest honor.
Truly. So we're going to talk a little bit to start about Northeastern's brand voice and how we think about what that is from our perspective. So how would you define Northeastern's voice on social, and how do you think that has changed over time?
Yeah, I would say that we pride ourselves on being relatable, approachable, and connected. And I don't think that was always the case when I was a student. So that's definitely why I'm passionate about this sort of goal of ours. Is it sort of felt a little institutional and like too institutional and like high reach. And so that's something that we've really tried to make progress on. We just know that this generation, if you don't treat them like an equal, they're gonna shut you out. So we really focus on that while staying like polished on brand. But yeah, I would say that that's some of the work that we really focus on.
And I think approachable is really key as well. When you think about the audience that we have and the variety of audiences that we have, from students to alums to parents, they all have a personal relationship with Northeastern. I think we try and let that come through. It's not just a product that we're selling. We are, an institution that has a relationship with all these different stakeholders, and we really try and present that in an approachable sense, like Fernanda said.
Definitely. So how do you adjust the brand voice for different platforms? TikTok is a lot different than LinkedIn, is a lot different than Facebook or Instagram. So how do you make that work?
Yeah, so the most important note that we have in what we do for the different platforms is making note that each platform has a different audience. So for example, LinkedIn is a great place where we can connect with our alumni. And then Facebook is a great place for conversations with parents and things that are important to them. And then Instagram's a kind of catch-all where like a bit of everyone is. And so that's like a great home base for content. But I would say the main thing is to make sure that you know who is on the platform that you are putting content out for, and make sure that you're catering it to them. And that's in the language that you use, the content that is trending on those platforms, even just how you speak on those different ones. Like you wouldn't have the same caption on LinkedIn as you would on TikTok, for example.
And then why do you think it's important that a brand has a consistent voice?
I think a lot of it is consumers, audience members. They really relate to familiarity. You want people to see something from an institution coming across in a similar manner, so that they instantly feel that connection that they have always felt with the brand.
Yeah, and at the end of it, it's like they're here for an experience. So whether they won't remember really, like whether it was student affairs or like the more like business school, they will focus on it was Northeastern and that experience of who answered them, and that it was all consistent across the board. So yeah, it will stick with them.
Yeah, and obviously we're growing a lot. I feel like we have a new campus every week. Like my head spins sometimes. So that's definitely a challenge as we grow to stay consistent across even different. Now we're in different countries and different time zones. And so that's definitely a challenge. So how do you think about how we can stay consistent with our branding and voice as the university expands?
Yeah, so a big part of that is communication. And so as many of you know, and I've met during our social leads meetings, that's our first steps in trying to touch base every month, see what's working for everybody else, kind of work as a cohesive team, because although there are so many different entry points to Northeastern as a brand, at the end of the day, we want to feel like one united brand, and we all represent Northeastern equally.
I was just gonna say, and like having a summit like this is just like the start of it, so that we can all come together, whenever we can. We're all very busy, but yeah, I think these are like great opportunities, and I hope we can do more of these.
All right. So we're going to switch gears a little bit. And one of the things that we talk about as a team all the time, it's really at the core of everything that we do from a social perspective, is storytelling. So we really look at social as a way for us to tell the story of Northeastern in an engaging way rather than like just talking at people. We like to show them what Northeastern is all about. So why do each of you think that storytelling on social media is important for Northeastern and also just important in today's digital landscape?
Yeah, I think there's just so much out there these days. And I feel like to cut through the clutter, like you have to have something to say. Because people are listening no matter what. And so whether it's, an Instagram story or a quick, TikTok, we always are trying to drive a message across. Yeah, I don't know, Cam.
Yeah, I think that nowadays people are really able to see through, I guess, bullcrap. And there's so much that, I guess, Fernanda said, there's so much out there that in order to, get ourselves out there, you need to be transparent. So many Gen Z, people in Gen Z know how social media works. They know how advertising works. And so if you aren't authentic, they're just going to tune you out. And I feel as though storytelling, showcasing whether it's student stories, alum stories, faculty stories, it doesn't need to be a 3-act structure in every TikTok that you make, but it needs to evoke some emotion and not just say like, hey, we have co-op and co-op is great. Show how you have co-op and how co-op is great through human moments.
Yeah, I think the emotion piece is really key. So, and that's really the power of storytelling, is that it can help evoke those emotions, because you want people to feel something when they see one of our posts, whether it's like nostalgia is a big thing, especially we have our 125 campaign coming up. So that's how people connect back to the university. So whatever that audience and that the emotion that would be relevant for them, I think is really important. Truly the advantage we have as a university rather than a brand that might sell a product that's sort of like one-dimensional is I can't even begin to describe the number of dimensions there are at this university, the number of stories that we can tell, and the different types of stories that we can tell. And we get to talk about people doing really cool and interesting stuff all the time. So we have such a vast resource of stories to tap into. That's also one of the reasons I really love working here, is because there's never a dull moment, and there's always something interesting to talk about.
Yeah, and I feel like with that, you mentioned like everyone has an experience. Everyone is has a different Northeastern journey, and there's so many ways to tell that story.
There's so many platforms and different types of stories that we can tell. So are there specific types of stories that tend to perform better on different platforms, do you think?
Yeah, so I think that, for example, students being able to tell their own story of a club they're in or a co-op they're on. Instagram story takeovers is a great opportunity for that, because they are able to get in there and live answer questions that students are putting, and then we're able to save those to our highlights to serve as a resource for incoming students, current students, anyone who might be curious about these resources. And I think the best way that these stories are told are by the people who are actually experiencing them themselves. And those always perform very well, and students love doing them, and students love seeing them. So it's just a great win-win situation. And then you tell great stories on our TikTok and Reels. Through video, there's some things that you can't really tell, you have to show. And you do a great job on telling those stories through video.
Before you go, Cam, I just wanted to say that video more and more these days, through our data, we just know video is king. So
Yeah, and as we've mentioned, different platforms are really great to showcase different types of stories and different types of videos. We'll post, an alumni feature video that I do on LinkedIn, and it'll perform really well. And then when I try and repurpose it for TikTok, it just doesn't really do that well. And, you learn that, okay, this story doesn't necessarily belong on this platform, and it's okay to make those mistakes and figure out what each audience is looking for. On TikTok, we find just like humorous stories do really well. Student-driven stories do really well. Something that they can relate to. Sports is, of course, huge on Instagram, huge on TikTok, because that's something that the students are passionate about. So.
Yeah, and I think they're talking a lot about what we've discovered about our audience, and while there will certainly be crossover with your audiences, it's really important to get to know your particular audience and what they're looking for and how they engage. And so I think there are some things that are universal across social media, but then there's also things that you really want to tailor to your audience and what they may be looking for. And so a piece of this is, right, we're talking a lot about video, we're talking a lot about these things that can take a lot of time and effort to produce, and we're all really busy and we all have a million things going on. So what advice do you have for someone with limited resources, whether it's time, technologies, skill sets, and how they can create engaging stories?
Yeah, so I would say the first step is prioritizing which platforms you want to be on. So it doesn't make sense to be on every platform if that's not where your audience is. It's best less is more. If you are able to have less platforms that you're creating content for, but you really concentrate on them, create consistent content, are in there engaging with the communities, that's going to take you further than just spreading across a bunch of different platforms and just repurposing the same content across all of them just to like get something up there, or leaving a platform without any content for like months at a time. It doesn't come across as a page where people can come and ask questions because it's not active, and you just want to be able to seem like an active presence where you are. So it's better to just have less platforms, more quality, I would say, as a starting point. And then for creating videos and things like that on with limited resources and time, I'm sure you could help.
Yeah, I think there's more resources now more than ever to create good videos, like in terms of actual technology. CapCut is a really great app that provides some really powerful templates. Instagram even has built-in templates for you to make videos now. And I would say just, get started. I've been making videos now for, various different outlets for almost 10 years. And no video that I've ever made is going to be perfect. I'm always learning. And the only way to learn through, making videos is to do it. And so just get started. Maybe get a tripod. That's always a good thing to invest in. And, just try it and see what the audience responds to.
Like, what percentage of the videos that we post on social right now do you think you've shot the footage on your phone?
Probably like 75%, I think.
Yeah, so just like your phone has a really incredible camera. Like if you just have, even if you have like 2 generations ago the iPhone, it's that like the cameras are really good and you can shoot really compelling footage, like you said, Cam said, with a tripod or a stabilizer. Those are really good investments to make. Not that it's putting Cam out of a job anytime soon, but so we talked a little bit about how hard it is to break through on social, especially like Gen Z. They know how these platforms work and how they operate, and then there's so much noise out there. So what tips do you have for catching someone's attention and keeping them engaged with storytelling?
I think that the first, whether it's video or text or images, the first impression, the first 5 seconds that someone sees something, if even 5 seconds, is really just integral. So when I focus on creating a video, or when we focus on, as a team, just posting photos, you just have to lead with the most powerful statement that you can make, and also create a hook to continue, that engagement and that impression throughout the entirety of the experience, no matter what it is.
Yeah, and I would say I think of that as well when when like I'm building like captions or like what I want to say, like you said, like you want to have the first impression and hook them, because at these points they're just scrolling, and I always think like I'm using sort of like important real estate. So that first section should be like all I want them to get out of it. Anything else, they might follow through, but those first few sentences are like key, whether it's on X/Twitter or Instagram.
And I think the key is to just create something that will disrupt the feed. When you're thinking about it as a user, and think about your endless scrolling, like what's going to stop you? And I think just approaching it through that perspective instead of, necessarily thinking about it from, removing yourself as a consumer is like a good way to just get started, while still keeping in mind, how can we advance the mission through these visuals, through this text.
And I think the not being afraid to take risks in some ways is really good. I think that's really what Cam has done with TikTok. And every time he comes into my office and he's like, do you want to see something? And the answer is always yes. And I always know I'm going to be surprised in the best way. And we oftentimes have conversations about like, well, does this one go a little too far or something like that? But that sort of like empowerment to take those risks and go far. Like, I think one of the things that we always talk about is like, you just go and do whatever it is that you can think of, and like, let me be the one to rein you in after the fact. Like, not after we post it, but sort of after you create it, because we don't want to pre-censor ourselves, because we might never know what we could create. And so that's the kind of environment we try to work from. And I think it's a really like liberating one, and also allows for a lot of creativity. And then we kind of have to, but we keep an eye on things on the back end too. So the last kind of topic I want to cover is, and I think we've touched on this a little bit, but we really think of things from an audience first mindset. So a lot of times, like someone, Mike or Renata might come to us with something they want to communicate. And the first question is always, well, who's the audience? And like, why did they care about this? So my question for you all is, how does understanding your target audience play a role in developing effective social strategies?
And I think we might have touched on it like a little bit, but we're in the feeds at all times. Like, we're listening to our audience, we're connecting with them, we're breaking outside of the social landscape as well to talk to our audiences. And I think that's very key. And so, we're within groups, whether they're private or public, like we're in amongst them so that we know what they care about. And so we're not going to post something that's going to be specific to parents on TikTok. That's not where they're going to be. We go to Facebook for that. And so I think like just really being in depth and connected to your audience will just go a long way.
What are so we talked a little bit about this at the beginning, but engaging in conversation with your audience is so important. Why do you think that is, and what are some of the ways that you do that?
Yeah, so engaging with your audience is really a key community building tool. And that's not just on your platforms, although that is key. You should be responding to your comments and stuff and your DMs. That's where we get a lot of cool like story ideas, or we find out that things are happening on campus. So I would say that just getting yourself into the conversation out there is very important. And that's like, for example, on TikTok, like I will go and comment on, like a trending video and say something, that has to do with us, and just putting ourselves into the conversation and not just on our feeds.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, if anyone's here from the Corey College, you're doing a great job on Threads. Like, I see you out there, and like that's what we want. Like, just conversing with like what has to do with us, but also like what could we like jump on? Like, what's exciting, what's new, and becoming part of that conversation. So, yeah,
Creating like new entry points, if you will, to the brand.
I think making sure your DMs are open and that you're paying attention to them is a really good point. Like Fernanda said, we get a lot of story ideas and connections with students, and then relationships with students that we're able to leverage later on. So I think that can be a little scary to sort of open those up and let students communicate with you in that way, because you may not know what they're going to say, but it's also a powerful tool. Like, there's a lot of reward there as well. We're running a little short on time, so I'm going to wrap it up and just ask each of you, what's one thing you're most looking forward to in the next 6, 8, 9 months as we think about this academic year at Northeastern?
Yeah, so I'm personally really excited for continuing to expand the Student Ambassador Program. It has been really rewarding. We are looking to also tap into the alumni space for it as well, get some alumni feedback onto the kind of content we create, get some content made from them that will resonate with their audiences. So I think that there's going to be a lot of growth there, and I hope to collaborate with you all as well on that.
I'm really excited for the Northeastern 125 campaign that's coming, that's starting now. I think it's going to be really collaborative and just kicking off the year with that, and especially with this, so that we can all be in touch, be connected, because I think it's going to be really exciting across our global network.
Yeah, and we are launching a second TikTok channel. It's really exciting. It's the Northeastern Global News TikTok. And so that'll be, a really great way to diversify the types of videos that I make and the types of content that Northeastern creates, in order to showcase, more kind of in the news expertise from our faculty, from our staff, from our alums, from our students. And it's going to be, a real exciting journey to create new stuff, which I love.
Yes, we're ABC News or Washington Post, that we're coming for you. So, all right. So, like I said before, if you guys have follow-up questions, just have anything you want to share with us, come find us at lunch or at happy hour this afternoon. We'll be around all day. Now we're going to turn the stage over for a presentation on how to make engaging graphics for social.
Join you afterwards.
All right, hi everyone. So when I started getting ready for this presentation, I started out how most people do, by designing the title slide. And I was having so much fun picking out the colors and fonts, and especially knowing that it was for today's social media summit, and especially about a session for creating engaging graphics. So I finished the slide and I thought to myself, okay, so for the rest of the presentation, I just need to explain exactly how I did this. But then I also thought, why tell you how to make an engaging graphic when I could just show you? So as you could probably guess, this is not it. Sensing some relief too. But is it the worst graphic ever created? Of course not. It tells you what the content is going to be about, and it's neat and it's simple, but it isn't really going to stick out or be memorable. So as the panel mentioned a lot, we want the students to grab onto our content and resonate with it, and we want it to provoke thought, and most importantly, the desire to learn more about whatever it is that we're sharing. So to make this graphic a little bit more engaging, I'm going to first start off by getting rid of the picture and the icon on here, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. So one of my first favorite ways to make graphics a little bit more engaging is to play around with the alignment. So I'm going to move this text here on the screen to be left aligned. When you have chunks of text in your graphic, Left-aligned text can definitely help with readability and access. This is also why books and newspapers and things like that are all written in the same way. Left-aligned text can help avoid unnecessary eye jumps because it helps your eye find the start of the next line when it leaves the end of the first one. Now, when it comes to font style, I always like to first start by thinking about what kind of graphic am I making and what is it about, in order to decide what font I'll end up using. So font styles can also really help communicate the message that we're trying to send and the overall feel that the audience should be experiencing when they look at our content. So when I think of engaging graphics, I think of graphics that are bold and big and they make a statement and they're impactful. So I'm gonna try to pick a font that matches that. The wrong font can kind of throw off a graphic a little bit. Readers might be a little confused about what they're looking at if it's not matching the message that we're trying to get across. So instead, I'm gonna go for a bold and simple font like the one here. And another tip is to use different font styles and mix it up to diversify your content a little bit, but try to just stick to like 2 to 3 fonts max. Using different font styles can help to separate out your information and can also help create a more organized and cohesive flow. So the next item is scale, and this might be my biggest tip in making graphics more exciting and more engaging. Scale is the relative size of an element when compared to another element in your design. So a helpful term to think about here is visual hierarchy. So what's most important to convey to your audience? Use your scale to emphasize key takeaways and create really unexpected and more eye-catching designs. So moving on to color, again, same with font styles. We want the colors that we pick to match the message that we're trying to send. So if we're going for bold and captivating, I'm gonna go for like a bold, rich blue here. And remember that contrast can go a long way, not only visually, but also from an accessibility perspective. We want our content to be as easy to read as possible. So choosing colors that contrast can help with this. Another tip is you can use contrasting colors, but to emphasize keywords that you want your audience to take away and remember most. And now I mentioned earlier that I would go back to that photo and icon that were on the original first slide. So I'll show you 2 ways that you can incorporate either of those into your designs. So before we had this light bulb, and now I'm gonna try to increase the size of it. Again, playing around with scale. And the yellow does make it a little bit harder to read with that white text over it. So whenever this happens, what I like to do is I will make it a color that is just slightly darker or lighter than the background color. This can make for still a great visual without being too overpowering and still keep that element of scale to it. Now we also had this photo from the first slide. And when we incorporate photos like this in this way, I kind of call it like a floating photo. It's a little randomly placed on the content and it's not really anchored down to anything. So instead, what I like to do is make photos the whole background of the content. And again, to make sure that our content is accessible, you can still read the text on top, I'm gonna add a transparent layer of color over it. So to summarize, when you make your graphics, here are some of the takeaways. Remembering to mostly use left-aligned text in order to increase readability and access. Mix up your font styles, but try to stick to 2 to 3 max. And use contrasting colors to create more visual appeal. And also remember you can use scale to establish visual hierarchy, draw your user's eyes to what's most important in your graphic. And you can use photos or icons to supplement your graphics, but again, use them with intention. So you can use them as a full background photo like I just did, or you can use it on just half of your content like I have here on the screen now. And now I wanted to leave you with a few considerations if you are using your graphics on social media, mainly Instagram, for your office. So above all else, I would establish your brand. So like the panel had mentioned, this doesn't have to be like a full-time marketing personnel on your staff doing this, what I like to do is just sit down and try to think of a few words that you want your brand to capture. So for example, my office is the Office of Prevention and Education at Northeastern. We're focused on sharing a lot of content around different wellness initiatives. So when I think of living a life of wellness, I think of words like bold and bright, colorful, and plentiful. So I knew when I wanted to establish our brand, I wanted it to reflect those words. My next consideration is to diversify the type of content that you're posting. So when you do look at an Instagram page and you're looking at the whole feed, if you see an account that most of their feed is all just content, like graphic content, and it's just text after text post, they can all kind of start to look a little redundant and it looks the same. So instead, I would recommend making sure you have a really good mix of photos and videos and also still those graphic posts as well. That might make users a little bit more inclined to click in and see what each one is about. I will also encourage people, when you can, to ditch the Canva templates. So while they are great for making designs quickly and easy, you kind of know a Canva template when you see one. And trust me, I used to rely on these when I first started making content. I was like, this is easy. All you have to do is pick a template, fill in your own information, and you're done. However, once I started really getting into this and wanting to, again, establish a brand of our own, something I found is a little bit more helpful is looking through all of the templates still, but taking a look and making a note of what you like about each one and what draws your eye to each one. So maybe for one template, I might like the colors that they use in one, but on a different one, maybe the fonts are better for what I'm trying to make. Or in another template, the way they lay out the information, I like that too. So then taking all of that, I would then go to a blank new design and incorporate all of those elements that I liked from all those different templates, and then we have a now more new and unique post. And as much as I recommend staying consistent with your brand, be open to growing with trends and embracing new things. So I really believe anyone is capable of content creation, and even though there are certain graphic design principles out there, at the end of the day, you can really create your own rules, which is part of what makes your brand and your content so unique. So by following some of the strategies and some of the recommendations I mentioned today, I took my designs from looking a little like this to this. Thank you.
So we'll move on to our Q&A between me and Kimberly. Do you want to start and just introduce yourself again and kind of like the department that you're in?
Yes, so my name's Kim. I am the Assistant Director for Health Education in the Office of Prevention and Education at Northeastern. And I guess a fun fact or some helpful context is I did not go to school for anything to do with graphic design or social media. It really just came with the role that I took on, but I was excited to start it. And like I had mentioned too, my designs did not always look the way that I have here on the screen, but the whole process of learning how to do this is honestly one of the most fun parts about it.
Yeah, and so you and your team have created an engaging Instagram account for health and wellness at Northeastern, driven by colorful and informative graphics. What design elements or visual strategies have you found most effective in grabbing users' attention and encouraging them to engage with the social posts?
So, well, my Instagram page, it's called NU Health and Wellness, and it actually also represents University Health and Counseling Services. So we're posting content on behalf of both of our offices. So something that I have noticed is that I think a lot of the topics that both of our offices cover are very detailed and have a lot of information with that. And I think if we included all of those in one post, you know, it can get so easy to just sit down, think of a topic, and then we might want to include 10 things a student should know about XYZ topic, and then here are some resources that go along with it. And also, here are 2 other offices that can also help you with it, and on and on. So I think by making a mindful effort to minimize that content that we're sharing to more digestible tidbits, that can really help with grabbing students' attention and holding on to it, instead of including all of that information in education at once. So resisting that urge to do that.
Yeah, and I think for us, when it was just starting, I was like, what is this account? Like, it's amazing. I think we were just like, not surprised, but we realized that UHCS had turned into this. And we were like, this is great because you're really listening to your audience. And your audience are mostly Gen Z students. And what they want is bold and bright, yet keeping it informative. So just, yeah, that was amazing.
Thank you.
Can you share an example of a social media campaign or activation where your design choices significantly improved your user engagement, and what principles did you apply in that?
So last academic year, my office was heavily involved with Northeastern's Wellness Week, and this was a week that was really just having a discussion around holistic wellness, the fact that it's 8 dimensions of wellness, and then also highlighting supports and resources for students to support their well-being. So I think when planning that effort and that initiative, one of our major goals was to make sure that it was a very established awareness week, and that students were, one, like recognizing that it was happening, but also two, recognizing that it was initiative that the whole global university system was participating in. So having those goals in mind, what really helped with enhancing that student engagement with that initiative was creating a branding kit for that specific effort. So I picked out colors that I used on all the promotional materials and a set of fonts, and then making a logo for the week helped as well. And I also made a Canva site that had all the information for the week on it as well that students could use. So I would say if your office or your department has a specific campaign or a specific initiative or service that you want students to recognize, again, with that consistency of branding, having a branding kit and making one, even if it's different than the stuff you typically share from your office, that can really help.
Yeah, and so do you use Canva?
Yes, I probably should have mentioned that.
And then you switch it up based
Yeah.
on, okay, got it. So how do you measure the effectiveness of your graphics in terms of engagements, conversions? What are you looking at?
So last year, we posted about some flu shot clinics that UHCS was facilitating. And a few days after I had posted about it and made a graphic for it, I checked that insights and analytics feature on Instagram that you have if you have a business page. And what I had noticed was the number of saves and also the number of times someone sent the post to someone else was significantly higher than our normal posts. And so those 2 metrics, I would say specifically, are just a great visual to see was this post helpful or not to a student, because they can like it as much as they want, but then they're scrolling past and they're not really doing anything with it. But when you're looking at those saves, and especially looking at if they're sending it to someone else, there's some dialogue, there's some discussion happening. So those 2 metrics, I would say, are a great measure of effectiveness when it comes to what we're posting and sharing.
Yeah, that's great. And I think that was something Virginia touched on. It's just these days, likes and comments are great, but shareability is where you create the dialogue that you were talking about. So how do you balance the need for eye-catching visuals with the importance of conveying a clear message or call to action, especially in an office that's so informative?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have a lot of information to share. And like I've mentioned, we're sharing information on a lot of health and well-being topics, but we're also having discussions around some more emergent things. So we're talking about mental health concerns. My office does a lot of sexual violence prevention work and suicide prevention as well, we're branching out into. So especially with those topics, when I am making graphics on topics that are a little bit more sensitive than our other ones, I make a mindful effort to not get as caught up in the aesthetics of those specific posts, and focusing my effort on just making sure that the information about those topics is both easy to read first, simple and clean, so that information, that important information, is not getting lost anywhere.
Yeah, that's great. I had a follow-up question and now lost it. So, my question is, and it's off from these ones, so catching you off guard, but why did you and your team decide to focus on Instagram? I think that's something that maybe we had touched on, in our panel, but I'm interested in sort of that strategy for you all.
Yeah, so I mean, you definitely touched upon it on the panel, but I think in our unique situation, being two separate offices and formerly having two separate accounts, I think what we realized was, even though our topics and what we cover don't necessarily always overlap, we are constantly collaborating with UHCS on different initiatives. So to us, it just made a lot of sense to merge accounts and specifically focus on Instagram in that matter. And I think it also just helps to fortify that message of like wellness and support, in that these two offices are here for students. And then on top of that, also to just thinking of ease of access for students. So if they're thinking about if they're not feeling well and where to go, they can look to our page and find UHCS's information. But if they're also thinking about their wellness in a different way, maybe they'll find something from us that's helpful as well.
Yeah, that's great. And so we talked about it with Cam, especially video content is increasingly popular on social media. How do you incorporate video and motion graphics into your designs, or is that something that you're starting to think about at all?
Yeah, definitely starting to think about it. I think you had said video is just supreme. But I think with a lot of the services and offerings that we have, and I think a lot of offices and other departments share this in common, but they are very built out and we have a lot of information that we could share about them, and the way that we talk about them is very detailed. So all of that would be challenging to fit in a regular non-video post. So I think we started to recognize that with some of our topic areas and then turn to Reels to kind of have a solution for that. So as an example, our office offers confidential alcohol and other drug check-in meetings for students. And if they're reading about that or just seeing and hearing about the fact that we offer that, a student might be interested in using that, but they might be feeling a little bit apprehensive about, what are those really? Like, I know they exist, but what does a meeting entail? And that can kind of maybe deter them from taking advantage of it. So having that context in mind, myself and a few other of our interns in the office, we made a Instagram reel walking students through like step by step. Here's what a meeting looks like, from like finding the building on campus to checking in at our front desk. Because we just wanted to show that like these are non-judgmental and these are supportive. And by having some of the staff that facilitate those meetings in the reel, we can show that they are friendly, they're approachable, and these meetings are here for you if you want them. So video content helps so much, I think, with those types of topics that you can't just put in a post.
Yeah, and I thought of another question after this, but I wanted to open it up to Q&A at this point. If anyone has any questions, we do have some runners with mics, or I'll let you think about the question while I ask this next one. Oh yeah, Glenn, do you want?
I can speak.
She's right there.
How do you? This one. I can just speak. It's all right.
I can hear you.
How do you operate and put as much creativity, or as much as you want, into graphics, knowing the limitations that Northeastern as an institution imposes, like maintain their global and university brand? How do you operate amongst limitations like that?
Yeah, so when I was kind of thinking about what I want this new NU Health and Wellness brand to be like, I had that in mind because I knew I couldn't just go like rogue with it and make this whole new thing. But I think what helps with still having your own presence but incorporating that like Northeastern presence is more so like maybe the framing of how we're talking about these things on Instagram, and still incorporating those little tidbits of Northeastern. So having like logos where it's appropriate, and also just Northeastern's general focus on like innovation and inclusion and progression. I think all of that, you can kind of mirror that in your own kind of brand presence. So you're still kind of striking a balance between creating some aesthetic of your own while also remembering that you are representing the institution.
While I see if anyone else has other questions, so you kicked off this account fairly recently, right? Within like the last academic year. How was trying to get the word out? How did you sort of come up with that strategy, or what was, your strategy?
Well, I feel like very transparently, UHCS's old Instagram, they had more followers than us. So what we had decided to do was we archived our account and just made UHCS's account the new account. And I think in being mindful of not just making that switch without like talking about it first. So on our old open Instagram, we talked about it for like a week. I was kind of trying to like hype it up and have students guess what new change was coming. And then slowly made the transition and still kept both accounts active for a bit. But just kind of thinking about all those steps ahead of time, I think helped make that transition a little bit smoother last year.
Yeah, and that's something that we researched before, like, News at Northeastern turned into Northeastern Global News. Is your audience just wants to be informed. They don't like surprises. So I think that was a really great strategy that you all came up with.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What are the biggest mistakes made when developing a social media strategy plan when trying to highlight storytelling?
I think, trying to think back to when I was first really hitting the ground running with this, I would say maybe not having a set plan in place for different parts of that strategy. So for example, I'm not the only person in my office that's making content. There are different staff on my team that have a much better expertise in different areas, and then I have my expertise. So I also want to encourage other people from our office to make things. And I think in the beginning, I was kind of just like, sure, like you have a post, I'll post it, and like anyone can make a post. And I had like no process to doing that. So a strategy that kind of helped, at least internally, if you're thinking about that, is having a process in place where you are sitting down with people if needed to talk through this idea. If you have multiple rounds of drafts too, like working those out with different individuals. But I think that was one of like the biggest learning curves on top of it being a new page and like merging the old page with it as well.
Yeah, and so we're coming up on time. Yeah.
I thought that was an interesting point you made. How do you, so, like, you're obviously the expert in your area on this, so, like, if you get a request from maybe your boss or a higher up, and they're asking you for something, but, they don't quite understand social media, I think we all have talked about that, like, how do you handle that, and then how do you, sort of turn that request into whatever it is that you're going to post?
Yeah, so I am a big fan of hopping on a quick call to talk about it further. So I think that is one of the biggest things to help, to just have those discussions transparently. And of course, like if it is coming from someone who is higher up than me, that can obviously be like a conversation that you want to put some thought into. But I think as much as if they are excited about getting a post out and they're excited and want you to make it, I think they're also willing to learn more about how to make it even better, and they want to hear that information. So reminding myself that that's really where they're coming from, especially if I have some, not like pushback, but maybe some feedback on how to make it better. I think that can just facilitate a better conversation around it so that we're getting the content that they want out.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're the expert of your audience. Like, you're with them every day. So I think your feedback, no matter what account it is very, like, important. Yeah.
So I have a question about like posting timeline and planning in advance. Like I'm curious if like you look at the whole academic year or if you take it by semester, in terms of like planning ahead, like certain campaigns. Are you thinking like, oh, I'll do X number of campaigns this semester, or like just curious if something comes up, like you might have something that you just generate in the in the week, but I'm curious how you plan over a large span of time.
Yeah, so there are definitely those spontaneous posts that I'm like, sure, I can make that and I'll have it up in a couple days. But something that I am trying to work on is making note of what we are posting throughout the year, because a lot of the time these things are happening every academic year, and it's helpful when the time comes again. So like for example, Wellness Week, I have now notes of everything that we posted for that week so that when it comes around next academic year, we can, one, use that to be like, okay, I know what I need to post, but also how can I build upon those things that I did post and make them better? So just having like a Word doc or something to just remember what you posted. And also it's helpful to look back on your feed too. But maybe even like if you go as far to have a Word document with that, maybe make some notes like this post went well, or like this needs to be a reel and like it wasn't a reel last time, so that's a way that we can make it better. So just planning ahead, but yeah, we definitely look at the whole academic year to plan for the next one.
Great. And one last we can.
Hi.
Yeah.
So the initial 4 to 5 seconds of a video format is supposed to grab users' attention. According to you, what kind of information do you think we should put in so that the user is able to view see the complete video?
What kind of content are you like? What
Like
topic
maybe according
areas?
to your past experience, what kind of content should we think that okay, this is important so that it can grab user attention, and the user can complete the whole 15-second video, watch it.
So something that I think helps with that attention grabbing, the feature on Instagram that you can post multiple slides, I think is very helpful. So what I will do usually, especially if it's a topic where I have a lot to say about it, on that first slide will just be like one sentence, like, I'm trying to think of an example of one that we have, but I'll just put like a catchy, attention-grabbing phrase on that first one, so students might think to themselves like, "Ooh, like what is this about?" And scrolling through, and again, even though we're taking advantage of the fact that there are many slides and we can fit a lot of information, making sure that we're still thinking about each slide and really being mindful of what we're putting on it. So that's definitely a strategy that I've been liking to get people's attention when I want to post about a certain topic.
Yeah. Awesome. So we are at time. Thank you so much, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you all for your questions.
It's now lunch. Yeah. And so now we can break for lunch. Definitely chat amongst yourselves. And we will have the lunch out there. And so, yeah.
for right now. I would say, can you leave? We're gonna end up using. Am I good to go? All right, hello everyone. We're gonna get the afternoon started. I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. So to kick us off this afternoon, I'm gonna welcome Northeastern's Vice President for Communications, Renata Knoll, to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to our first and hopefully many social media summits. So we were just talking about it at this table. I don't know if you know people who are not on social media, don't want to be on social media, don't want to have anything to do with it. It's actually, I don't know if you find this to be true, but I find it actually very tricky to even have a conversation with them. It's a very unusual thing these days. Although, that said, my mom asked me recently if I would help her get on Instagram. And it turns out that not only could I not find the app on her phone, the company went out of business, so it was just not possible. So sorry, Mom, she was very disappointed. So it's not always a good idea, but aside from that, I think you're either a curious consumer of social media or you dabble in it for a living. And I think if you're in this room, you're doing both. And I think if whatever industry, company, organization you work for, or individual, social media is part of your strategy. It's part of your communication strategy. It's part of your customer service strategy. It's part of your crisis management strategy. It's part of even your innovation strategy. It's a place where you find out what your audiences think about you, and it's a place where you find new audiences. It's also a place where you can showcase a different side of your brand's personality, something you couldn't do on your conventional, traditional channels. Is your brand serious or is it funny? Before social media, you couldn't do both. You had to choose one because they were at odds. Today, a serious research university can be on the front page of the Wall Street Journal in a story about a business strategy and rake in 2 million views on TikTok for a dance video. Serious news organizations have built themselves on the couple of fundamental things, most importantly, the meticulous and precise adherence to facts and accuracy, and they follow strict guidelines in terms of style, tone, and even language. And today, the same serious news organizations can have TikTok and Instagram accounts and both inform and entertain and show a very different side of storytelling and their personality. And the two are not at odds with each other. You don't think any differently of a news organization. In fact, you're engaged with the brand more. If you think of the TSA, you think of a very serious government agency that has full discretion to both keep you safe and make your life miserable, all at the same time. Now, if you follow the TSA on Instagram, you get a very different view of that brand. You are entertained, you can scroll hours of hilarity. It's not serious whatsoever. Yet, does it make you think differently of the TSA? Do you think it's any less of a serious government agency? No, and in fact, unless you're a frequent traveler or a frequent flyer, you've probably spent more time with the TSA brand interacting with it than actually interacting with TSA agents. So this is just a very interesting, very fascinating, and really exciting new world for storytellers. And it's all about authenticity, and it's all about storytelling. And I'm going to, with that, turn it over to my wonderful colleague, Fernanda, who's going to lead a panel of 2 storytellers from 2 very different industries. Thank you.
It actually looks like Danielle, our second panelist, will actually not be able to make it, but then we have more time for Matt. So, yeah. If you want to come over, we can have a conversation. And then that one might be off.
but it's not anymore.
Yes. So for those who have recently arrived, I'm Fernanda Hurtado Ortiz, social media manager here at Northeastern. And with me, I have Matt Shearer of WBZ Radio on iHeart Radio. So would you like to first just introduce yourself other than what I just sort of said?
Yeah, sure. So I work for a radio station, but most people nowadays know me as the guy from TikTok or social media, whatever your preferred social media platform is. I'm a news reporter who's recently started adapting my news stories on the air to sort of visual stories for social media, and have seen a lot of success with it. Tons of, gotten some amazing feedback. We're seeing a whole new audience engaging with our brand that was just not really coming to us before this. I mean, we're a 102-year-old AM news radio station. I almost said talk. We're not talk. We're news, straight news. We have a couple talk shows. But, if you're under a certain age, you probably never press the AM button on your car's radio. But now because of social media, we have a ton of new brand awareness, and we're even seeing our streaming numbers go up among people in that demographic who don't listen to AM radio. So it's been just amazing for us to grow our brand and, get the stories out there to people who otherwise just would never hear them.
I can say I never pressed the AM on purpose, and so I believe that this will have a little snippet of sort of what you do.
Okay. It's hard to get people to stop for a lemonade stand in Massachusetts. Oh no, go ahead. I'm just making a point. I've been thinking about this ever since my trip to Norwood last week. I have a cup holder or anything?
Yeah, use that one.
Well, you know where there's always foot traffic and everyone's thirsty? At the top of a mountain. Want some lemonade?
No, thanks.
I set up shop atop Great Blue Hill, the highest point in the Boston area, a true local gem for both hikers and people in black jeans and Vans.
Want some lemonade?
Absolutely.
But I didn't want to generate any more trash than is already up there, so no cups, and I also didn't want everyone sipping off the same bottle, so really only one option.
There you go. How is it?
Good, yeah. Are you really WBZ?
Yeah. Hey, you want some lemonade? Okay, no problem.
I like your TikToks though.
Oh, thank you.
Although I must say I had better luck at the bottom of the hill.
Okay.
Is this lemonade?
There's lemonade.
Like actual lemonade?
Like actual lemonade.
Okay, weird. It just feels sus. I feel like I really want her to squirt me. If you miss, dude, I'm gonna be pissed.
How is it?
It's actually really good.
Can you get me with some real quick? He wants some lemonade.
It's gonna get like kind of on your shirt and on your face. Is that okay?
Do it.
Okay.
So feel free to steal this idea. It might just make you rich, but remember,
it's lonely at the top.
No. From Blue Hill, I'm Matt Shearer. For more, ask Alexa to play WBZ News Radio on iHeart Radio.
That's it.
Glad we met.
Yeah.
Oh, whew. Some of that got up my nose.
Oh, I'm sorry.
These kids just hacked the MBTA.
They what?
You know the T, but what you may not know is that I just committed a crime.
You can tap this up to 4 times.
Let me through.
Yeah, sure. Just go through. All right. Like that.
my accomplices were 4 Medford High School students, Maddie, Noah, Zach, and Scott.
So now this updated with $300.
They hacked their Charlie cards to add any value for free.
And hit it. $300.
We're in.
They were inspired by some MIT students who did it with the old swipe-in cards. That group got sued by the MBTA. This crew nearly got in trouble too.
We started about 8 p.m. and at 1 a.m. a transit police officer showed up.
I'm like actually kind of shaking, right?
But this time the MBTA didn't go after the hackers. They worked with them to try and patch up any vulnerabilities.
We just completely broke the Charlie card. So they weren't not happy, but they weren't jumping for joy.
The thing is this, Charlie cards aren't account-based, meaning there's no centralized server for all this data. The value is stored right there on the card itself. All these guys had to do was solve the puzzle that was right in their pockets.
We're just kids. We have a lot of extra time on our hands, and we're able to pull this off.
I'm not going to comment on whether we use them or not, but more likely than not.
Probably the best system is no system, where you just let people on the train for free. But,
Hey, what's up, man?
So they didn't get job offers or anything from this.
I asked for community service hours. Yeah, they agreed to that one.
Plus, they got to speak at DEF CON, a hacker conference in Vegas,
Go ahead.
and made some incredible connections.
I'm running for president. I'll be the next president of the United States, sir. Politicians' life is going to be different when I get in there. All positive. In the media, all positive. like John Lennon said, love was we all you need.
Yes.
God bless America. Thank you.
From Wellington, I'm Matt Shearer. For more, ask Alexa to play WBZ News Radio on iHeartRadio.
Cool.
So, seeing as it's just us two now, I might change some of the questions.
Please.
If you're prepared. Okay. So I guess my first question, especially seeing, all of that, how do you blend sort of humor and news, and what's your strategy for sort of staying on brand?
I guess it's a good question because I think we're talking about two different brands simultaneously here. The brand of WBZ News Radio, a prestigious news organization, and my own personal brand. And I think when I first arrived at the station, only 3 years ago, I've been in Boston radio for a long time, but when I first arrived there, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want to screw this up. I don't want to humiliate the brand. And I was this buttoned up, literally, like all dressed up news reporter like you see on TV, because like I want everybody to take me very seriously. And over time, I kind of started to realize like that's just not who I am. I'm more of like a creative type. I don't like doing everything like everyone else. I don't want to sound like every other reporter. I don't want to look like every other reporter. So over time, I unbuttoned a little to the point where now I just kind of dress down and be myself. And I find that my stories come out way better that way because, especially on social media, authenticity is everything. And people can see when I'm not being authentic. And so I just want to tell the story the way I want to tell a story. And, if my bosses have any problem with it, they can come talk to me. But I think there's room for personality in the news and storytelling. I mean, so many people I find come out of journalism school with this very spreadsheet-like mentality of how to tell a story. Like, you need to fill these boxes with this information and present it like this and talk like this. And I'm like, that's not how we should be doing this, especially at a radio station. When someone's listening to the radio, they're driving in their car usually by themselves, and the person that they're listening to is basically their companion, sitting in the passenger seat with them having a conversation. And if your friend started talking to you like this, you'd be like, shut up. You'd flip the station and turn on some music. So I want to talk to people like I'm talking to my friends. And when I talk to my friends, we're joking around, we're having fun with it, we're being real. And again, it goes back to trying to do things not like everybody else. I don't want to put stories up that look like every other TikTok video or look like every other news story because I want people to actually see that we're doing something different. And so, I guess what is my own brand? Just standing out from the pack, really.
Yeah, that's awesome. And Northeastern's a pack, so we love that. Yeah. And so you mentioned that you were going in to radio, and that's kind of what you had in mind. How did this all sort of flip into now you're making videos, now you're sort of the face behind it? Most times people who want to go in radio are because they want to hide from the camera. So
Yeah, great question. So when I started this job, like I said, when I was that buttoned up reporter going to all the press conferences at the State House and stuff, it was audio only. And then my boss came to me eventually and said, we're starting up the WBZ TikTok account. I was like, that's great. He said, and we want you to do it for us. I'm like, okay, one more thing to add to my plate, but I think I can handle this. And I was also a little hesitant at first because what I didn't want was to be the kind of brand who was like trying too hard to fit in with the kids on this young platform, especially being that old news radio station. I just thought I didn't want to be cringe on the platform, if you will, even though my whole existence is cringe, and I can't look at my On This Day on Facebook without cringing. But so I was like, all right, we already are telling compelling stories on the air in like 45 seconds or less. That's like what these platforms are like built around. So how do we do that and just like take what we're already doing and adapt it to social media? And what that meant in the beginning was just literally taking the audio and slapping video on top of it. Just basic, very B-roll-y. It was very experimental in the beginning. We were having this conversation over at our table just a minute ago. It takes a while to kind of find your identity and your voice on social media. And that was definitely the case for us. But I think eventually it evolved. I sort of figured out little things that I can do that's different, little things that work for me and is efficient in terms of work, but also effective in terms of engagement, and just have fun with it. So to answer the second part of your question, which was how did I sort of become the face of that, I think it's just they chose me to run it in the newsroom mainly because at the time I was the youngest reporter, and they're like, you probably get TikTok. So I did it, and then I happen to have a lot of success with it. So they're like, okay, by all means, focus your efforts on this project because it's working out great.
Yeah, and so I think that last part where you said it's working out great. So, there's definitely some metrics that probably your bosses are looking at, but for you, what do you look at when you're sort of thinking like, that was a good TikTok, that was a good video, I'm proud of this, or, I need to work on that a little bit, or...
Yeah, it's a really interesting conversation because this is another thing we're talking about at our table is how the videos you spend the most time on are the ones that people are like, and the ones you don't really, you're just like, you get it done is like, gets 1.5 million, 2 million views. You're like, what the hell? But so how do you measure success on social media? It's tricky because I think the suits and the higher ups and the corporate people all look at the numbers, and that's how they measure success. Whereas us, the creators, for lack of a better term, we want to create something that we're proud of and put something up that we would actually want to watch. And that's really the only metric that I personally care about. If you're just chasing numbers, then you're setting yourself up to be disappointed. You have to actually put something out there that you believe in, that you would want to see when you open up social media, and that you can be proud of. And that's how you get the most authentic product, and that's how you get people to actually want to follow you because they're like, oh, this is a real brand and not just somebody who's like, doing cheap trends and tricks and memes for clout. Nothing wrong with doing trends and memes or any of that, but as long as it's authentic and you're not trying to force it too much. So, it's nice to get those really big numbers. Yeah. It's nice when you get that video that passes 1 million views and you're like, yes, this one was a success. But I think it's more important for building your brand to just put something out that is really good.
Yeah, so don't go chasing numbers. So.
Yeah, seriously.
And so as we're all storytellers here, how do you find those authentic stories that align with what you're passionate with your brand, with, sort of what your goals are?
Yeah, so I'm obviously being a local radio station and a local news station, I'm looking for stuff that's hyper local. I think that's relatable. I'm really lucky that we have a lot of people in the newsroom with a lot of really unique perspectives and talents. Some who are much better than me at covering more of the hard news. So I tend to look for more of the fun stuff. And the newsroom knows now. They'll say, "Oh, this sounds like a Matt story," so they'll send some to me. Other times it's just like trying to think outside the box, like the lemonade story you just saw. I'll just use it as an example. I was trying to think of a way to tell the story of how, how traffic in Boston affects lemonade stands for young people and try to give it like sort of a funny spin, also sort of playing off like the heat wave we were having at the time. So I was like, well, what's something that absolutely no other news reporter will think to do? That's a big draw for me because when people come to me and say, hey, can you cover this event? Or I'm thinking, okay, how many other news reporters are going to be there? How many people are going to be doing the exact same story here? What's something that I can do that's totally different? I'll give you another example of that. So I had to cover a boat show not long ago. It's like the biggest boat show, or they have it at the Boston Convention Center, and there are all these boats, and boat people go and look at boats and talk about boats, and all these other news reporters were going to be there. They basically wanted me there for free advertising, free PR, and I was like, okay, well, what can I do that's different? And so I went and did kind of like a fun, quirky thing, had fun interviews, but I was like, I'm also going to have a little Easter egg in there where I bring my friend and have him dress up like a pirate and have him in the background of every single shot. And never address it at all. Never talk to him, never acknowledge it. He's just there. And so I did that and I put it up, and people in the comments were all like, hey, this is great. What's up with the pirate? Anyone see the pirate? And the comments were going off, wait, I didn't notice the pirate, and I had to rewatch it, and now I see it. What's this pirate dude? And so that got engagement up and everything, and it was fun for me. my guiding philosophy with all of this is if I'm not having fun doing it, then why should I expect anyone to have fun watching it? So that was a little fun thing for me to take something that I knew everyone else was going to do the same story with the same interviews and give it my own fun spin. And it worked.
And so, because you're still, within a company and, you've got your bosses, do you ever get told, like, tone it down or don't do that? Like, how do you sort of say, like, I'm an expert in this atmosphere, like, I know what I'm doing? Or, like, how do you balance that, like, where, you want to have authenticity, you want to be different, but you also, have a company to work with?
Yeah, I'm really lucky that my bosses kind of don't micromanage what I do. And I think it's really, I'm in the good position where because I've had so much success on social media, they don't really question me too much. They kind of sort of trust me. And occasionally it's sort of a self-policing thing where I'll go back and watch a video and be like, oh, maybe I took it a little too far there. Maybe I shouldn't have done it that way. And they know that I know and I can see that sort of stuff. But no, they're good about not stepping in and saying anything. I'm really lucky. And I think that that's a lesson for anyone here who maybe manages content creators. I dislike that term for a lot of reasons, which I can get into. But if you manage content creators, like, you're hiring creative people to be creative. Let them be creative.
Yeah, we talked about that just a little bit earlier, where it's like, let the freedom flow and then let someone else sort of tell you, like, why maybe it's not within the brand's voice. But I think this is where we can open it up to our Q&A for the crowd. So if anyone has any questions, we have some mic runners. Anyone have any questions? Content creation? Yeah.
I just wanted to tell you that I was on Major last week, and we got up to the top, and we made jokes about, we were like, I'm sure there's a lemonade stand here somewhere.
Right?
Where was it? Like, where?
You have a captive audience up there. Yeah. You just need to bring a squirt gun next time you go hiking. Super Soaker is the best.
I'll ask a question if no one else is. Are you shooting and editing all your videos yourself? And can you talk a little bit like how your editing process works?
Yeah. So I do everything. Shooting, videoing, writing, editing. And usually when I go out in the field, it's my microphone in one hand and my cell phone in the other, doing all the video. It's amazing what phones can do. And also the bar is a lot lower in the social media world for quality as opposed to like the TV world. So, I don't feel a lot of pressure to have like a fancy camera, even though if I did, that would be great. And I'm sure it would look amazing. But efficiency is important because I'm trying to crank out as many of these as I possibly can. Working for a news station, the news cycle is fast. So I need to be efficient just to be able to pull something out of my pocket. And that also looks more authentic and real, I think, for our purposes too. It's like we're actually there. It's, it's not this pristine, high quality, fancy thing, which nothing wrong with that. Again, more power to you if you have the time and the resources for that, but I don't. So, and then the interesting part of my particular process is that the audio and video aren't synced when I'm recording these because I work for a radio station and I'm so audio focused. I have an audio production and radio production background. I'll do all the audio first. I edit it all in Pro Tools. I'll like have the whole story in my head, how it's gonna look. And I'm like, okay, this sounds good. I have all my processing tools to make sure the sound is on point. And when I get that settled, then I go back in and manually add the video, which can be a bit of a cumbersome process, but for me, it's just how I work and it works for me. Yeah.
What is the process of finding resources for followers who might want to learn more about story?
That's a good question. So if no one heard it, how do we send our listeners somewhere to learn more about a story, basically, like if they didn't get what they wanted from that, minute-long piece? I think part of that is how I end every single video by saying, ask Alexa to play WBZ News Radio on iHeartRadio, because there are multiple versions of the story that air with a little bit more information, different sound bites, things like that. So that's one way to learn more. We do have a web team that does little write-ups of all of our stories, so people can find it there. Occasionally, I'll send people that way in the comments if people are asking questions. But I also don't find that people really question that too much. I think I'm already giving them, I mean, asking somebody to sit through a 1.5-minute long video on social media is a big ask. So, if they're sitting through there, they're getting a lot of information in a short amount of time. If they do want more, I think they typically know where to find it. And oftentimes, because we're the ones reporting it, they go to our website, which is great.
We do have a mic.
Thank you. So you mentioned that one of the areas that you're seeing success in is a growth in your audio listeners from that TikTok demographic. Are there other KPIs you're tracking? Like, how are you defining success, and how are you communicating that out beyond social? I think that's a challenge that
Sure.
a lot of us are working to crack. Thank you.
So this is where I am here at Northeastern University to learn something, because I don't have a marketing background. So what is KPI? What is it? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's mostly in radio ratings. Like, that's at the end of the day the thing that matters the most, because that's how we get paid. We don't do sponsored posts or paid partnerships, at least not yet. So the whole purpose of our social media presence is to drive listeners to the radio station. And like I said, it's working. So, we're just keeping an eye on the ratings, hoping they go up, and then our sales department can take it from there and we get paid, which is nice. Sales department would love for us to do paid partnerships, by the way. But for now, we're resisting.
We do have a question first over there, and then Glenn, do you want to do the, yep, saw that hand first.
Thank you. What do you recommend for those of us who don't have experience with video or audio editing as like good beginner tools?
Just, I would say just go for it with whatever you have, because you're in an amazing time right now to just make stuff and you have everything you need in your pocket, being your smartphone. Like I said, I use my smartphone for work, and this is going to make a lot of you cringe here, but I'm on Android, okay? Green texts for life. And so the bar is low, okay? I'm telling you. But you can do amazing things on Android. So anyways, yeah, so go for it. But if you're asking for like specific programs, if you're on MacBook, you have GarageBand, but you can also, there's another free audio editing program that a lot of people use called Audacity, which is easy and quick to find. A step above that, if you have the Adobe Creative Suite, Adobe Audition has a lot of great bells and whistles to work with to get really professional sound. I personally use Pro Tools, which is a bit expensive and there's a big learning curve, but it's sort of the industry standard. So the sooner, if audio production in any way is something you want to learn, Pro Tools is a good skill to have, just because, but it's expensive. And like I said, at the end of the day, a lot of these businesses really just care about what you can do and not how you're doing it. Every one of our reporters does their stories different, using different programs. When I got hired, I said, what editing programs do you use? And they're just like, whatever you prefer. All they care about is that it sounds good, because the listener isn't going to see the software. They're just going to hear the final product. And so, just get making stuff. That's, audio, again, is sort of my area of expertise. In terms of video editing, I don't really have great suggestions there, but I think it's very similar. I know Adobe has a video editing program. I know that, again, your MacBook comes with one. Your phone has some. So, yeah, the more you can and most of the editing principles are kind of the same, in all of them. Cut, paste, compression, limiting, equalization, just like you'll learn what all those terms mean from any of them. And then when you know where to look in the other programs, you'll be able to find them.
And we do have a panel a little bit later that will be about video, so you can also ask those people, some experts like Cam from Northeastern.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully they talk about how great Android is. I'm telling you.
I doubt it, but. And then our last question back there.
I was wondering, how do you go about with content scheduling, especially because as a newsroom, you're not necessarily following trends. Is there like a weekly video turnout that you focus on?
I mean, they would like for me to just post as much as I can. And early on, I kind of imposed this rule on myself where I was going to post a video every single day. And that was just like, that was bad for my health. Like I was losing sleep. And so I had a conversation with my boss about that. I was like, I can't keep doing this. And they're like, we never asked you to do this. Like, you just started doing it, posting every single day. And I was like, oh yeah, that's true. So now I'm on to like doing 3 a week. It works. I don't want to overload people with content. I think that's important. You don't want people to get sick of you. You don't want people to start to see you so much that they start to swipe by being like, oh yeah, I've seen every Matt video by now. I don't need to see this one. That's another reason why I try to make every single video so different and try not to do the same thing twice. When I have a really successful video, I don't say, I'm going to do, I got to do that again. I got to do that over and over again because that's what people want. It's like, no, that one was great, but now I'm going to go try to find the next great thing.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll finish it off with that. Matt Shearer is here for the rest of the day, hopefully. And, grab him if you can. So follow Reporter Matt.
On Instagram. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Pass it off to... And I will pass it off to my teammate, Michaela.
Okay, I think that's better. Hi, everyone. My name is Michaela Quigley. I am a digital media producer here at Northeastern. So I do work on social media, the newsletter, and today I am joined by Carolina Torvath for our social media accessibility panel. So I will let Carolina introduce herself.
Can we hear me? Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Carolina Christina Chorvath. I went to Northeastern. I'm a Czechoslovak American journalist and a former foreign correspondent and digital editor. I focused on politics, specifically populist and extreme political movements. I am now a chronic illness and disability advocate, working on policy changes with organizations like the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation and Patients for Affordable Drugs. I am also a community leader focused on creativity and trauma healing within the Chronicon community. I am dynamically disabled, and I have been since I was 7. I know for some, I might not look like the person that you would think is disabled. Being dynamically disabled means that some days you feel a certain way. You need your mobiles, your mobile ability. You need a wheelchair. Some days you feel like you can walk. Some days you can't get out of bed. Some days you can go hiking. So every day is a little bit different. Today was more of a rough day, so I brought my friend with me, Rosie the cane, and I don't always say what it is that I'm diagnosed with, but unfortunately, within the community and for those who maybe don't know me, I'm going to establish my cred. I have many conditions that fall under the ADA. I have Crohn's disease, severe chronic migraine, CPTSD, inflammatory arthritis, and many more things. I've had a doctor refer to me as autoimmune flavorful. And I kind of liked that. I was like, is that a compliment or is that a diss? I'll take it either way. So yeah, that's me. Hi, everyone.
Cool, thank you for joining. So my first question to you is, why is it important to make social media accessible?
Yeah. So social media was originally meant to be a freer space. The URL was meant to be freer than the IRL. And disabled people are routinely left out of and excluded from the physical world. So on social media, disabled people truly create accessible community. Online community is wonderful for more than just sharing pictures and videos. It's wonderful for making friends as well as skill sharing, but it's also crucial for information sharing and movement building. I think we all saw a bit of that when we were holed up during the pandemic. Many disabled people feel that way of disconnection every day. Social media allows us to connect with each other. So 1 in 4 people who had COVID got long COVID, which means that it's a chronic and disabling disease, and accessibility is even more important as time goes on. The number of people living with chronic conditions as a result of things like COVID and climate change is only increasing. And statistically, if we are all lucky to live long enough, we will all face some form of disability in our life. It is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. Now, I believe everyone should be included. Everything should be accessible, regardless of your background, your accessibility, ability level, or your socioeconomic status. To me, that's simply just what is right, ethical, moral. We all have a responsibility to connect with and take care of each other. But if that's not what motivates you, it's important to know that disabled people represent an estimated $8 trillion a year in disposable income. According to the Return on Disability report, with an estimated population of 1.85 billion people worldwide, this is a growing, emerging market that is larger than the country of China. Disabled people make up 1 in 4 Americans. You might not see us, but we are here. So if you're doing anything like running a company, making content, disseminating information, it's in your interest to include us. So yeah, many reasons why accessibility is important.
For sure. And then I wanted to jump into the technical aspects of making social media accessible. So at first I wanted to start with images, whether that's an image on Instagram, Facebook. So what are some tips that you have for content creators to make their images accessible?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is luckily some of these platforms now have alt text. So I would think about it as being as absolutely descriptive as possible. How would you describe the image without looking at it? So that's the first thing that you can do. If you are making an infographic, which is like super popular since 2020, as we all know, we have been bombarded with infographics, make sure the text is high in contrast so that people are able to distinguish between the text and the background. I'm not sure if people are still using hashtags. I personally kind of threw that one out the window. But if you are, capitalize the first letter of each word in your hashtag. This makes it a lot easier for screen readers.
And I also wanted to mention there are some things that you should not do in your alt text as well, and you can add in anything. But don't put little Easter eggs in your alt text. This isn't a place to hide content and surprise your readers. This is for accessibility reasons. And also don't get crazy with your fonts, doing capitals, lowercase, because then it makes it extremely difficult for screen readers to read. And always use periods. I'm a big grammar fan. So.
Yes, punctuation is really important.
Yes.
If we talk about accessibility, punctuation is important for screen readers, but also for people who speak other languages and if English isn't their first language.
Yeah. And then I also wanted to talk about videos. So how can content creators make their videos accessible?
Yeah, so right now, fast-paced videos, flickering, flashing light kind of videos are really popular and a trend, and I get that. They're, trying to get in as much information as possible in a short amount of time. But it is incredibly difficult for anybody who has some of the chronic illnesses that I have, like chronic migraine, PTSD, or epilepsy. So be mindful when you are editing videos and what techniques you're using. And if you are using flashing or fast-paced images or videos, then maybe prevent or use a content warning, just like we do in films and in television shows. There have been many a time that I go onto Instagram or on TikTok and I come across one of those flashy videos and I am plagued with a migraine for multiple days.
And also closed captions and
Yes.
subtitles. Subtitles are great, but you can go even further with closed captions, which means you're including information like music playing in the background or like scary music playing in the background to set the scene.
Yeah, and if you don't want to have the text overlay on your video for, aesthetic reasons, you can just put it in the captions and caption in your caption.
And then another important part of accessibility is...
Ooh, I also wanted to mention one last thing with the captions. There are tons of transcription services available, free transcription services, so use them.
Yeah, even just use the auto ones, but then go back and clean it up. So
Yeah.
your job can become even easier.
And anything is better than nothing.
So my next question is an important part of accessibility is inclusion. And so including more people with disabilities on your post. So how can content creators begin to do that and improve upon that?
Start by following and sharing disabled content creators. We are a super diverse community. Not everybody is like me. I mean, we don't have much diversity on the stage right now. Not everybody is white and with a cane. Some of us have invisible disabilities. Some of us have dynamic disabilities. Unfortunately, there is somewhat of a hierarchy in terms of who is visible in the disabled community. So do your best to find a diverse group of disabled creators. Some of them talk about disability rights and disability justice, but a lot of people talk about other things. They talk about fashion and science and climate change and, they have hair tutorials or whatever. Like there's no one kind of disabled person or creator. I also just want to say that I think disabled people are inherently creative because we create a world for us in a world that is built against us. So, you don't want to miss out on that, right? We've got some pretty cool stuff going on. And I would love to use this opportunity to elevate some people that I think are exceptional in this field and in this space that, if I would choose anyone, I would be listening to them and have them on stage. I don't know if you want me to just read through or if there's a way that we can share the list afterwards with people. But I'll just list 5. Does that seem reasonable? It's really hard to choose just 5 because, like I said, they're all really freaking awesome. So I love Crutches and Spice, Jez Chung, Diversibility. I'm Tiffany Yu. That's I am Tiffany TIFFANYYU. Kia_Maria. KEAH, and then Maria, MARIA. Was that 5?
I think so.
Math, okay. Not my strong
Yeah,
suit.
we're not math people. I will also throw out Curb Free with Corey Lee. He's awesome. His account is awesome. I think he either won or was a secondary choice for a Webby Award, so he is great. So I highly recommend you follow him as well. So my next question for you is, what do you wish more content creators knew about accessibility and disability representation?
Yeah, like I said earlier, there's not one way to be disabled. We're a vibrant community full of different backgrounds and abilities. And there are a lot of people, like I said, who you may not know, they don't look disabled. And yeah, like I said earlier, there's unfortunately a hierarchy of who gets visibility. So there are endless number of people. Again, I have this long list that I would love for you to look at, and they deserve to be seen, appreciated, and lifted up. We don't deserve to hide. We are super cool. We have a lot going for our community. We have a really, really strong base of people who, like I said, we create new worlds on a daily basis, and you don't want to miss out on it.
Yeah, something that I love that we talked about in a previous conversation, and you were touching upon it here, is that, you know, people with disabilities, they have a disability and they are whatever, something else, whether it's a model or a photographer, a chef. So just recognizing that, and then also reposting their stuff and sharing.
Yeah, absolutely. And is like my favorite word right now. I think I'm annoying my entire family with yes-anding all the time. My husband makes fun of me constantly. But yes, we are so much about the and. We are not just sad, depressed people who hide in their house. And yes, that happens to a lot of people because of their health situations. You know, I've been going through a flare recently, and some days do look like that for me. But some days I'm out here, you know, I'm doing other things. And, you know, it's a full community of people who are so multifaceted.
And in terms of the future, what do you hope the future looks like for social media and accessibility in terms of representation, and also in terms of what social media platforms can do?
Yeah, this is the biggest thing for me. We need to make accessibility accessible. For a lot of people who live with a chronic illness or a disability, you know, their energy is limited. They have to budget their energy. And when, you know, also social media is a really great revenue stream for people living with chronic illness and disability. They can do it from the comfort of their own home in a way that supports themselves and supports their bodies. I am definitely one of those people. I am not the epitome of having accessible content all the time because I'm just trying to get my bills paid sometimes, and I'm not able to go through all of the clunky alt-text systems, especially if I have a migraine and I'm dealing with my vision loss and vision issues. And I know that this is something that as a community we've talked about a lot. So, you know, we have all of these tools at our fingertips right now. I mean, AI is here. It is a thing. I don't love it, but that's a whole other conversation. But we should be using it in this regard, you know? Like, we should be using it not just for, you know, Instagram and TikTok filters that contort our faces, like, as we move around. Like, these are resources that we could use to make the whole process a lot easier. And you know, let me just look real quick. Yeah, these platforms, you know, they have the money and the resources to do these things. You know, I think that one thing that would be really popular or helpful anyway is if these platforms had a plugin that would auto-populate the alt text, because we know that there are those abilities at this point. Same thing with transcription of captions. We have it right now in like Instagram stories, but it's not available easily all the time on other platforms or other means of posting. So yeah, if I would want you to take one thing away from this moving forward for social media, it would be to make accessibility accessible. We have so many big brains in science and in business at Northeastern, and I think someone should really be focused on this.
That is great. So that is our questions, and now is time for a Q&A. So questions.
Okay, so my question is mostly about more like still images, alt text on things like that. And like you said, anything is better than nothing. So, I mean, anything is better than nothing, but like, what's actually good? Because right now, accessibility is like an afterthought. If people think about it
Always.
at all.
Yeah.
But like, just getting it on there, yes, that's something we need to achieve. But like, what's actually good, and also kind of an extension of that, like, how much description is the right amount for something, and how much, when you're writing alt text for it, how much should you, should it all just be kind of sanitized, like you mentioned AI, like an AI would describe a thing, or how much should it match the overall tone of things? If you're having a social media post that's more whimsical, having something that's really saccharine in the description wouldn't really be as effective a reach.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it is very often an afterthought. When I was working as a digital editor, that was something that I always struggled with my team, is that, you know, understandably, they are overworked and we are understaffed and underpaid and everything, but it was absolutely an afterthought that very often on an international platform, people were not meeting like the bare minimum. So yeah, I would say you can have fun with it, you know? This is your ability, this is your opportunity, you know, view it as an opportunity instead of just like one extra thing that you have to do. Yes, be whimsical, have fun, be as, like I said, as descriptive as possible. If there are details in the image or the video that emote something or evoke some form of feeling, go ahead and put that in the alt text. I think there are also people that I love to follow who do this really well. They make the alt text really fun to read. You don't want to miss out on it, you know? So if you can use that creativity that I know we all have, it's better for everybody.
Yeah, I can also add on to that. I love what you're saying of make it interesting, because this is how some people are consuming the media. Also, you know, be succinct as well. You know, if a screen reader is reading it, it may become difficult to start, you know, having this whole huge thing. I've seen 125 characters out there, but others have said longer. So I don't think there's an exact number. So just make sure you're, you know, conveying the details and being succinct. Also, if there's text in your image, make sure that you're putting that text in the alt text, because if someone is using a screen reader, they're not going to be able to see the text that's in the image, so make sure you put that in there as well.
Yeah, and if there's a song or something that's being played, if the lyrics are really important, include the lyrics, or at the very least, put the name of the song so that people can look it up and kind of get that context.
This is kind of a nuanced question, but so for example, someone once told me that you should never burn in captions to a video because screen readers can't read it then. Instead use a SRT file. So are there any other small nuances that we should be aware of?
I'm not sure that I know what burn in means. I'm
So
sorry.
like instead of uploading a SRT file with a caption so a screen reader can read it to someone, it's like when you're creating it, it's just like writing in the captions as a graphic, if you will. So are there any like other
that
small,
goes over the
that
video?
goes over the image?
Yeah,
which
yeah.
then screen readers can't pick up.
Right.
So are there any other small nuances creators should be thinking about when creating accessible content?
Yeah, like I said, I think that putting it in the captions so that, again, a lot of people worry about, oh, well, if I'm accessible, I'm not aesthetically pleasing or stuff like that, you know? So putting it in the captions as well as alt text, you know, unfortunately, like you said, it's a nuanced question because every platform is different. But yeah, absolutely, put in the captions because there's very little of a limit there. If you hit a limit, put it in, you know, in as a comment.
Sure,
Yeah,
thank you.
I hope that helps.
Hi, my name's Ade Bukola. And my question is, do you feel that we are going towards a society that should afford people the opportunity or basically force people to make their content accessible. Because I was reading somewhere, so I have a digital marketing agency, and I have a chronic illness myself, and so I completely resonate, but I also have a couple of clients who are deaf. And so I've been learning so much while working with my clients, and I've just gotten to a point where, like, we just need to make everybody just do this. Like, this should be a part of what we do as marketers. Like, this shouldn't feel like extra. It should just be like, yeah, we're going to add the accessibility widget. And the accessibility widget should be free. Like, it's just something we should do. So do you feel like we're going towards a society where it's just going to be a part of what we do? Should it be an extra thing that people do? It should just be afforded to us, so that way we don't have to not necessarily not think about it, but it should just be a part of just normal way of operating on social.
Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, it should just be baseline. When, like I said, when I was working as a digital editor, it was part of your steps. It was actually, when I was there, instead of making it as the last step, I made it as the first step so that people were not exhausted and tired by the time they got to the alt text. I think with technology constantly changing and becoming more intelligent, it should be a lot easier for people to do this. It should be built into each of the platforms. So, unfortunately, the onus is on people, like us who live with a chronic illness or a disability. But I believe in humans, and I believe in people, and I hope that the world continues to be more inclusive and accessible. I hope that everybody in this room leaves today with a feeling of solidarity with those who, process things maybe a little bit differently. So I'm hopeful, but again, it all starts with one individual person. So if it's something that we constantly have in our line of work, the more that we interact with others, they'll see that and they'll recognize that you shouldn't leave out 25% of the population.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think we have time for one more question, if there is one more.
I'll ask one. I was curious, you said don't leave Easter eggs in the alt text. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so don't leave like little surprises for your readers of like, oh, I'm gonna hide this, like, I don't know, say I was Taylor Swift, which I'm not, but we can all wish. And she leaves Easter eggs all the time in her like content for all you Swifties out there. You'll know what I mean. But she's constantly, or Swifties think she's constantly hinting at album drops, stuff like that. So if I were Taylor Swift, I would not put in my alt text something about like, I'm gonna drop this new album and hope that, maybe someone will find this that is reading the alt text. So don't put little surprises like, I don't know, or if you were selling something like, here's your discount code because you found it in the alt text. Like, it's not a place for extra content, surprise content, stuff like that. It's strictly for, making media accessible, including the information, storytelling. Yeah.
I have one question. You're a huge advocate on your platform, and you speak a lot about like what you're going through. You're very authentic. Why did you decide to sort of go to social media for that and like use your platform to elevate your voice?
That's a really good question. I've been chronically ill and disabled since I was 7 years old, and I spent most of my life alone, suffering silently, pretending that I wasn't sick as much as possible. And I remember when I was re-diagnosed in 2015, I came across a young woman who was starting to make a documentary about living with chronic illness, specifically Crohn's disease, which is one of the illnesses that I live with. And I watched her as she shared the fear and the pain of administering a self-injection. And I had just been prescribed the same medication. And I burst into tears. I felt like somebody saw me and saw what I was going through. And I started sharing then. And I did not have tons of followers at all. You know, I was like mainly sharing pictures of my food at the time and like maybe some skincare. But yeah, I started sharing, and the more that I started sharing, the more that I felt supported and less alone, less isolated from the world. And that is the purpose of social media, really. The root of it is community building. And I ended up coming across this fabulous organization called Chronicon. I highly recommend following them if you have a chronic illness or disability, or if someone you know has a chronic illness or disability. And in 2019, they actually had a convention for chronically ill and disabled people. And walking into that room, it was the first time that I felt like I belonged somewhere and like I found my people. And even still, like the last couple of weeks, you know, I've had really intense migraine flares that the doctors thought were a stroke, and I've been in and out of the emergency room. And it's so easy to feel isolated and alone. It's so easy to feel like nobody understands what you're going through. Nobody understands your pain. And that's why I share, because those people have given me a new life. They've given me a reason to live. They've given me faith in myself so that I can advocate for myself with doctors and say, actually, no, I know other patients are going through exactly this thing. And I just want people to feel less alone. You know, there is a community out there who is, you know, our arms are wide open and ready to accept people. And, you know, if one person can feel less alone by me potentially obnoxiously oversharing on the internet, then, you know, I feel pretty good about it.
Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you for sharing your story and everything too. So that's Carolina, everyone. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So now we're going to be kicking it off with a presentation on engaging with your audience from Ariel Mulgrew, the head of social media at EF Ultimate Break. Is this my remote? Yeah. Ooh. Oh my gosh. There it is. Hi, everybody. Let me just adjust this for the short people. All right, so just some basics here. A little about me. Hi, my name is Ariel. Social media was actually kind of my plan B. Coming out of college, I wanted to work with penguins at the aquarium, and it did not work out. So I decided to use my degree, and here we are. I was actually rejected 13 times from jobs coming out of school, and it was really like disheartening. So I just want to tell you guys, like, keep applying for the students in the room. It's going to happen eventually. I swear 13 is a lucky number. And it got cut off here, but I also said that sour Skittles are much better than regular Skittles, and I will die on that hill. So yeah, as Virginia mentioned, I am currently the head of social media at EF Ultimate Break over in Cambridge. We are a trip company with 120 different kinds of trips all over the world. Very cool. And formerly, I've worked on some of these brands on the right. I've had like a very cool career so far. Very, very happy about it. I just wanted to point out that I am not a social expert because I kind of think that nobody else is. Social is just such a vast universe and it's always changing. So it's really hard to claim that you're an expert on something that is so fluid. But that being said, these are some of the things that have like always worked out for me. So first off is to make your community a priority. Gen Z and millennials love feeling seen and heard by their favorite brands. So if your feed is solely around pushing product and sales, it's not going to go anywhere. You should try adding some community first content into the mix, like ask them questions, engage them, see what they actually want to hear. You cannot just talk at people and expect them to listen. You have to talk with them. Some of the best posts we have ever had have just been like inside jokes with our audience, as I'll play for you in a second. Just to give you some context here, our audience was asking us for a trip to South Korea forever, and then once we finally had a trip, we weren't just going to say, hey, we have a trip to South Korea. We actually decided to use all of these DMs that we had been getting over the past few years and turn it into a fun little video that I really hope plays.
If you don't include a South Korea trip, you're dumb as You don't go to South Korea. South Korea is the Why the do I even follow you?
Please add a South Korea trip for all the skincare girlies.
So that's how we announced the South Korea trip. Another big one is to be really selective of your trends. Creating content around trends can be really important for putting your brand at the forefront of the conversation, but when and how you enter those conversations is just as important as the content you put out. I like that ringtone. You definitely should not hop on every trend because if it's forced, people will feel it, they will know. This chart on the bottom has been one of my best friends since college. This is the diffusion of innovations chart. You basically should not be participating in a trend unless you are at the first end of this chart. As soon as you are late, it becomes annoying in an oversaturated world. Oh, it's also really important to point out that you cannot build a social following based on trends. People follow accounts for a unique POV, that original content. Trends are awesome for like evergreen content, but it cannot be the backbone of your strategy. Yes, pay attention to what the internet is loving or hating. Pop culture is obviously one of the easiest things to create content around, but it's also a really easy way to engage your community by pivoting a bigger conversation back towards your brand. So years and years ago at this point, I don't know if you guys remember in the room that IHOP decided to become IHOB for a little while and sell burgers. Yes, nods, okay. So at that time I was working on Burger King, and we thought it would be really funny since they kind of stole our shtick to steal theirs. And so we just really quickly changed our name, our cover photo, and our picture here to be Pancake King, literally just for a day, and we just like let that sit and let the internet find it. We basically stole a ton of their thunder just by switching our profile because people were like, this is really funny. The IHOP people did not think it was that funny, but I do not care. Making shareable content is absolutely huge. There's a really common thread of brands that are seeing really good reach and organic engagement, and that is creating content that they want to send to their group chat, DM to their friends, save for later. When you create something that people want to share, that is free reach. That is media spend back in your pocket. My checklist for shareability here got cut off, but the questions that we usually ask ourselves is, will the post make the audience feel seen? Will it make them feel an emotion when they see it? And I honestly forget the third bullet because I made this a while ago, but you get the idea. It's basically if it's something that you would want to send to your friends and you think is like cool enough. This actually was back when Taylor Swift was coming out with Midnights. Our fantastic social producer, Emma, who's actually sitting right over here, major Swiftie, came up with the idea of matching our trips to what your favorite Taylor Swift album was. This is still to this day one of our top performing posts because people were sharing this to their stories like crazy because we basically treated this like a semi-zodiac of like, if this is you, this is you. This is the trip for you, this feels right. This was like reshared people's stories around 1,000 times. And that is just free marketing. Good job, Emma. All right, this is a really big one, is taking risks, which is super controversial based on like what company you work for. Certain brands are definitely more risk averse. But the ones that can like really put some trust into their employees, so like Matt had mentioned earlier, are gonna see this huge upside because nothing grows in a comfort zone. If you wanna make some waves, you gotta do something a little crazy. This was back in the BK days. This is when promposals were like huge. I think they probably are. I just don't see them as much anymore. But I used to pass this Burger King in Lynn on my way to work all the time, and they shared this parking lot with Wendy's. And I was like, how funny would it be if we actually used our marquee instead of like all these other kids using the marquee to ask the girl next door to prom? And this idea got shot down by everybody. Everybody. And the lawyer said no. But I was like, please, 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 just trust me. I said something I shouldn't have, which was, if we get sued, you can fire me. I do not advise anyone in the room to use that line ever. I just really, really wanted to do this. But my team took a flyer, and this, to this day, was one of our best performing social posts. And not only that, there was an article written that this social post got us over $260,000 of free media coverage just because people were resharing it, they were talking about it, it was in the news. I watched it on E! News that night, I almost passed out. But yeah, take some risks. Take calculated risks. This is just be more human. People want to feel close to the brands that they're engaging with. They want you to drop the curtain. They want to know who they're talking to. In the past, there's been brands that are uncomfortable with this, but lately, as you guys have seen on TikTok, it's like every brand has a face that you kind of know and love, and it kind of is that brand attribution to that person. It's their main character. So when we were actually coming out with some of those new trips, South Korea included, we decided to show people a little fake marketing brainstorm and show them the faces that are marketing to them. Play. The comments obviously kind of went crazy with people like backing up certain people by name for their ideas. And now whenever these people are in our TikToks, people still call them out by name and they're like, oh my gosh, Tom, oh my God, Brady, oh my God, I love you guys. It's kind of like created this celebrity halo around our marketing team, which is like very cute, but also creepy when you think about it. Also, I'm really sorry for this formatting. All right, but entertain first and educate second. People's brains shut off when they know they are being marketed to, so you gotta be real sneaky. You have to draw people in with something fun and then deliver what you want them to hear. So what we've been doing is usually if we have a promotional post to talk about a sale, we cannot just say we have a sale. We hide it all the way in the vegetables. So last Halloween, we actually had this Instagram story that was just, what is your biggest fear? And we were sharing some of the people's responses, which ranged from commitment to mustard. No judgment. But then at the end, it said, you know what's actually scary is missing the best deals of the year. It's just a little bait and switch marketing style. And actually, since we've implemented this as our strategy for how we attack sales on social, our link clips, have gone up 320% year over year. Have some fun. A lot of brands are really afraid to be self-aware on social, but in reality, I think it really holds them back from some of their absolute best content. When they show personality and relatability, it works wonders. I think a lot of people forget that social media was made to be fun. If we always take such a clinical and goals-led approach to it, we're gonna lose sight of like what people are actually here for. It's also the easiest way to build brand love, in my opinion. So back in those BK days, Burger King had a slushie, black cherry slushie, that the food dye was turning people's poop green. And they very much so did not want to talk about it. They wanted the product to just go away, never mention it again. But I was like, guys, we are talking to 13-year-old boys. They are gonna want to hear this, and I swear, I think they're gonna wanna go buy it. And they're like, okay. So we actually retweeted one of the said 13-year-old boys and created a brand conversation with Charmin about how their sales were about to explode. this is my last slide, which is keep the approval hierarchy super, super minimal. If you're a manager, please, please trust the people that you have hired to know what they're doing and to be creative. As soon as you have too many rungs on the ladder, an idea is not going to get past 5 people, no matter how good the idea is. It's going to be a bit watered down and probably not as good as the first instinct. So please, please trust the people that you have hired. Otherwise, you're going to have a chicken and M&M pizza. That's it.
For that presentation. Very helpful. I love seeing those different wins with your different brands. Definitely new and interesting approaches. So to get us started, I just wanted to know, how can brands create a sense of community and foster meaningful interactions with their social media followers?
I'd say, oh my gosh. On, yes, on. Be active in community management. I feel like community management used to be such an unglamorous and entry-level job when you're the social media manager, but brands have figured out that it's your most direct line to your consumers. That is the way that you get to talk to them absolutely directly. You have conversations, you get to know them, you get to know what's on their mind, and it shows that you care more than you're just like pushing content out constantly. It is just, you want to actually know them, get to know what they want to see, and it goes a really, really long way.
Yeah, and part of that community building, of course, is your engagement strategy. And I was wondering, you were able to grow your TikTok community to over 720,000 followers and mass over 6 million engagements in just 2 years. How did your engagement strategy play into that success?
The easiest answer is to do what people aren't doing yet and to find your own niche, find your own white space. So really early on when we started the account, we kind of took stock of what our competitors were doing in the travel space, which was a lot of these aspirational, very beautiful and glamorous travel videos. So we were like, we're not going to do that. We decided to take a much more realistic approach to how we showcase travel. Part of that was actually a series called Tourist Mistakes that highlighted all the mistakes that first-time American tourists make when they're abroad. And the videos actually like blew up with the comments. People were requesting more. They were like, I'm going to Germany, please tell me like what I should avoid. People were resharing it with their friends who were going abroad. Each one of the videos ended up getting between like 2 and 8 million hits just because it was a resource. And again, it's like a bit of entertainment, a bit of education. The content wasn't as passive as other travel content in the industry, and it was serving a purpose. But then I also don't want to BS you guys. It is a lot of trial and error of just like trying a bunch of different things until something works out. And then you just stick with that, run with it.
Yeah, thank you. And I know it's definitely important while you're doing all this, as Matt mentioned earlier, authenticity is so key. How important is authenticity in engaging in content, like when you're commenting back to people, either on your own account or just like out in the TikTok world or other feeds?
Yeah, authenticity is just important in life, and it makes it relevant to social media as well. People can see right through when you are not being authentic. I would definitely advise other like brands and businesses away from like being something you're not just to try to be cool, to put on a mask, because it's just not going to help you at the end of the day. Subway can't say, who's your bread bae, and get away with it. But no, if brands are willing to be like a little self-aware and have some fun with their audience, like that's really like all it sometimes takes is just like be authentic, be real, be who they know you to be. And then there's no need for a mask.
Absolutely. And in doing all these different social media engagement efforts, what are some ways that you measure your success? What are some key metrics that businesses or companies should look for when calculating their engagement strategies?
So Matt touched on this a little bit, that there are certain numbers that we do pay attention to show the leadership team and market in our reporting meetings that like it's working. For a qualitative bit, I love when we get the comments that are like, give this person a raise, or this like made my day. Like that's kind of how I would measure it. But if I'm in a reporting meeting, there are 3 KPIs that I pay attention to, which are the engagement rate, which is how many people who actually saw the content engaged with it.
shares, because that means someone liked your content so much they're willing to give you more reach for free. And then saves as well, because it means that you created something that people want to come back to and revisit instead of just a fleeting piece of content on their feed.
Yeah, absolutely. What are some common mistakes or pitfalls that social media marketers should be avoiding when they're trying to engage with their audience on socials?
I saw this a lot really early in my career, and thank goodness it has died off a little bit. But repurposing ads for organic social is just like a huge no-no. I think a lot of brands see it as like a nice little shortcut where they put all their money and effort into creating this ad, so they create cut downs for social. But in reality, ads are created with a direct message that you want people to hear. The purpose of content is to deliver a message in a way that people want to hear it. So you need to be creating for your platforms, and you can't just take cut downs of your ads and expect them to do as well as content would.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that it's really important to keep that in mind, but I will open it up now to the audience for questions, if anyone has. Our mic runners, there you go, one right there.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it because I live, breathe social media all the time. My question to you is that I'm seeing this era of unhinged social media accounts from big brands. Where do you, in your experience working with all of the brands that you've worked with, know when to kind of pull back and kind of when to lean into being unhinged a little? For instance, I'm just off the top of my head, I'm thinking of Ryanair, Duolingo, and a million other places on other brands on TikTok. But they don't seem to miss the mark quite often, but I feel like it's a huge risk, some of their content. And depending on what side of TikTok you end up on or your content ends up on, it could be terrible. So how do you kind of try to gauge? I know there's so much unpredictability when it comes to where your content may land, even though you have full intentions of not being problematic. But how do you kind of, I guess, self-check your team to make sure that what you're putting out is unhinged enough, but not too unhinged?
Social listening is super, super key. You got to pay really close attention to your comments. Do people love it? Do they hate it? Are they saying you need to take this down? The audacity, who approved this? And brands like that, I think, are paying very close attention to their comments, and people are loving it. So they're okay, keep running faster, keep running faster. But if you hit a wall, you need to just accept that you've hit that wall and reel it in just a little bit. There were definitely times where we've hit that wall. And it's a really tricky situation, but what is really great about social media is that if you don't mess up too badly, people's memories are fleeting. That's something huge to remember. I used to beat myself up. There was actually a day where I was working at an ad agency, and I just locked myself in a conference room and cried because the comments came for me. But my manager was like, "This is gonna blow over tomorrow. People have something else to obsess over. Seriously, let it go." And it was some really, really great advice, because everyone's going to mess up. We're all human, especially when the unhinged content is the content people want to share. So I say keep taking those risks, be as unhinged as you want and that your boss will let you. And then when you hit that wall, reevaluate.
And I can reiterate on that as well, just in our team, as Megan had said earlier, it's great that we have, she lets us as a team be really creative and then, can step in and be the brand checker, at the end.
Yeah.
I guess. It's on? Oh. I guess you kind of answered this now, because I was going to ask, how do you deal with, hate coming your way online? But I guess, could you give any advice on just interacting with your community in comments and replying to people?
We used to have a policy at my previous companies that we said don't feed the trolls. So if people are spitting hate, there's no need to engage, because it looks defensive. So the best policy has really been to just kind of leave it alone and let it lie. unless there is like a real problem. And in that case, you can lean on your customer services, customer support team to help you craft a better message that can help pivot the conversation back to a more normal state.
Hi, thank you for sharing. I really appreciate that. But if you had to start over in building your platform, what would you do differently?
Whoa. Whoa. I mean, you make a lot of mistakes, especially like early in your career, and you make content that's super cringe and you wish that you hadn't made. So I mean, if I could go back, I would just take all the mistakes I've made and like not make them. So I think the content would probably be stronger. Like if I had a chance right now to like go back, take all this knowledge, restart, I think the content would just be stronger based on like everything I've learned over the years. I've been in social now for like almost 8 years of my career. But yeah, that's all I got. That's a great question. I wish I had time to think about it, but yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
I guess what advice would you give someone who's maybe just starting out in their career or just getting started with social, might be scared to take some of those risks? Their kind of fear is holding them back. I think that's a big barrier for people to kind of overcome. So what kind of advice would you give to someone who might have that fear?
Fake some confidence, which I know is very, very hard, especially for me. And when you're really early in your career, you think everyone knows better than you. But especially in social, a lot of times the youngest person in the room actually has some ideas and insights that the other people won't. And you have to lean on that knowledge that like you actually are creative, you know what you're talking about, and you have to believe like that you know what you're talking about in the room when you're doing these pitches. I know when I was starting out, I was the youngest one. I was the only girl. And I basically forced myself into rooms with the creative team, and I was like, I have an idea, and people thought I was annoying. And I just had to pretend that didn't bother me. But I also recognized that's really not an easy thing to do. So I'd say try it out, like fake some confidence and just see what happens, because I promise you, at least you'll feel good about what you did. I have a question. So user-generated content is something that's like increasing, especially influencers, ambassadors. How do you work with ambassadors or people to do some user-generated content with you, or how do you collaborate? So we actually have an ambassador program. We have a campus ambassador program that is launching. Shameless plug. But our ambassadors are like a huge part of like how we generate content. It's this like really tight-knit community of like, I say tight-knit, but it's like maybe 1,000 people. And we put out like challenges to them all the time. We're like, hey, we need more content from Paris. Anyone who's going to Paris, like please like hit us up. We'd love to like share some ideas we have with you. And it's essentially like having these on-the-road content creators, just based on this community that like loves your brand. We also all work with influencers all the time, ranging from micro to mid to max. Is it max? It's macro. Sorry. We also are really blessed to have a lot of really great user-generated content that we do not commission. I recognize that travel is a very privileged space, and having like a lot of really great UGC, and not every brand has that. But it has made it really easy for us to engage with our community by resharing their content and lifting them up. They love to see when they're on our page, and like that recognition that we actually do see it and we care and we love it enough to like reshare it out into the world.
That's all the time we have for questions today for Ariel, but of course you can talk to her later during happy hour if you would like. And we will kick it off to our next panel. Thank you so much, Ariel. Up next, I would like to introduce Mary Kate Mulligan, Head of Marketing at Till Financial and previously marketing at Goldman Sachs.
Hello? Is this on? Yeah. Okay. Hello.
Hello, everybody. Okay. So to get us started, today we're going to be talking about integrating AI into your social strategy. And, just to kind of get us started, AI is something that was mentioned a bit earlier. I know it can sometimes seem a bit intimidating to people, and some people just might not know what AI even is. So why don't we get started with seeing just what are some potential uses for AI in the social media space?
Definitely. The short, easy answer would be everything. I think if you have worked at all with AI or heard about it or seen it in the news, which I'm sure many of us have, it's kind of limitless in terms of the possible options, and I think there are a lot of pros and cons to having limitless options. In social media, I think there are a lot of ways that it can be used. You can obviously generate content, you can generate images, you can generate entire posts. I would not recommend using it that way. I think that the most appropriate use for AI in marketing in general and social media marketing is really as a starting point. So using it to kind of get started with brainstorming copy for a post or what different images could look like, even some of the boring parts of content scheduling or creating briefs if you're working with an agency, or an outline of what a new campaign would look like parts of your job that maybe aren't as fun or creative and you just kind of need to get words down somewhere. Then definitely going in and honing and kind of copy editing that as needed. So I say the best uses are as a starting point. I really, really don't think we should be using it to craft entire posts and campaigns that you then just put live. A lot of reasons for that. One, you'll get totally dinged by the algorithms. It probably won't be true to your brand. It won't be consistent. The list goes on. But as a starting point, it can help you get a little bit further along. It can definitely speed up time to launching campaigns. And I think that at the heart of AI, it is about increasing efficiency and productivity while decreasing labor and not losing the human touch.
Absolutely. AI is so powerful, and I agree with that, seeing it as it's a great brainstorming tool, a great place to spark new ideas or just a starting point. So that's great. What are some common misconceptions that people have about AI? And I know those range from all over.
Yeah, the fear that it is machines that are going to take over the world and completely get rid of humans. I think that's definitely something that gets brought up a lot, or even in a more realistic way, that just this is putting very, very powerful technology into the hands of the public. And right now, there aren't as many kind of guardrails in place for that. There have been a lot of articles out in the last 6 months about, some of the AI programs that are accessible to anyone, and, people going to a chat function and saying, how do I commit the perfect crime? And if you make it hypothetical enough, you can get around the guardrails, and AI will put out steps for you. That is dangerous. I would argue that that's also humans kind of creating that issue, less so the technology, but we do need more guardrails in place to prevent that. I think also a lot of that fear comes from not always understanding how these technologies are built. And I've talked to a lot of people who are, the greatest minds behind all of these programs and tools out there. And what they've said, which did reassure me at least, is that on some level, these programs have to be built to have some motivation for why they would do whatever that negative thing is, whether it's destroying mankind or replacing humans in some major capacity. That has to be programmed in some way, and currently that's not being done. And thankfully, the people who are creating these programs, it's in their best interest to not let that happen. So I think those are a lot of the kind of common fears and risks that people tend to associate with it on a broad scale. In terms of marketing and social media marketing, I think the risks are the homogenization of content, that eventually if we're all using the same tools as starting points or as platforms to create net new content, everyone starts to sound the same, all content starts to look the same, etc. And so that's why I think it's really important to use these tools
as a starting point, brainstorming for your own personal use, less for the actual execution and activation of marketing strategies.
Yeah, and as people, get started into AI, and I'm sure many people in this room are interested in making their jobs easier. So what are some main challenges or barriers that social media professionals may face when trying to integrate AI into their social strategies?
Great question. I think this probably differs a fair amount, or at least some amount, depending on your industry. I've worked in financial services marketing for the last 8 years, so we have incredibly specific regulations in terms of what legal and compliance will approve and what that substantiation needs to look like. That might differ for some industries, but I think in general for marketing, anything we say, we need to be able to substantiate and prove that it's true. If we make a claim, we need to back it up before it's going to be published anywhere. And I think AI in some ways can make that difficult because it will just provide information for you. So I think being very careful, even if you're using it for brainstorming, as we mentioned, double checking any of the facts that you then get, because AI is going to pull from thousands and millions of different information sources, synthesize that information, and then give you an answer from that. It's not necessarily going to be the correct answer. So you still need to do your research. You still need to be fact checking. For copy is mostly what I think about in that case. And then for other images and visuals, we had done a big campaign around marketing actually some AI products and used AI generated images for all of the social visuals and had an incredibly hard time getting them approved because it was a question of like, this doesn't come from anywhere. Like this was just totally AI generated. And providing context helps with that a lot for any kind of approval team. So I think being able to kind of explain like, yeah, but this is how we did generate these. You might have to include some asterisks or something saying like this was an AI generated image. And I think that's also partially an issue because we're so at the beginning of this. I think a few years from now, maybe even a few months from now, there will be a lot more guidance that is kind of known by all social media marketing professionals for how we handle that. But I think being aware of those implications going in and having those conversations then early with whoever needs to approve your content, whether it's a manager, an L&C team, whatever that looks like, to start establishing like, okay, this is how we will handle our uses of AI. Even when you're hiring, like we were working with an outside agency and put into our, contract, like we would prefer if you don't use any AI tools or platforms for this project, but if you do, we need to know which ones they are so that we can use that to substantiate with our teams. So I think having those conversations as early and as often as possible so that by the time you are starting to integrate AI into your strategies, you're kind of ahead of the curve and you have a good baseline for how you'll move forward.
Yeah, and to kind of get them started on these platforms, are there any specific skills or knowledge that social media professionals should develop so that they can effectively leverage AI?
I think playing around with any tools you can get your hands on early is a great place to start because I think you'll learn very quickly kind of how to get the best output from using these tools. Like, for instance, I learned you need to be as specific as possible. Like, it would be very easy to go to ChatGPT or something and say, like, just to get me started, draft up a LinkedIn caption for this new feature that we're launching. And it might spit something out that's helpful, it might not. If you're using paid tools that might have templates for all of the different social platforms, going to those can sometimes be helpful. But in my experience, it's going to be something very unspecific, kind of bland, kind of boring, just general, something that could have come from any organization, any company, any brand in the world, because that's how it's being crafted. So being specific, defining tones of voice, that's one of my favorite uses for AI with marketing and especially social media marketing, is having it analyze different tones of voice from different brands, then defining what yours is. You can even do this for different voices, like if you work on exec social teams where you might write LinkedIn posts for 11 different executives in your organization, you can have specific tones of voice for each of those people that then you can use to craft copy that's so specific for any post you put out. So that is really my easy answer, would just be as specific as possible and play around with them.
And I know you mentioned earlier about AI potentially feeling like robotic or impersonal. So how do you ensure that AI-driven content still maintains a human touch?
Yes, I love that question, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but really using it only as a starting point. Like, my biggest fear with AI and marketing would be somebody using it to just start creating all of their content, because it is incredibly powerful and useful. Thinking about the time you spend crafting, for social specifically, like captions or deciding your scheduling. I also have spent a lot of time in content marketing and thinking about the amount of time we spend researching and writing articles and coming up with new brand campaign ideas. Like, it's a lot of time. Parts of it are very boring, and it can be incredibly tempting to then go to AI and be like, hey, write me a summary of this white paper that is, 1,500 words with this title that then I'm going to immediately take and post. Never, ever, ever do that. Don't do that with social posts either. Like, really use it as that starting off point, because one, it's all going to start to sound the same. Two, you are going to get dinged. Like, all of the algorithms, as much as now the biggest companies in the world are pushing for AI, they're also implementing tools to be able to crawl for AI content and push it to the bottom of search results and make it not show up as well, because it does feel like kind of a cheating way around. So I think using it as that starting point, and then always copy editing to the gods, and bringing in those little nuances that really make it specific to your brand. Like, the ideal would be if you saw then like 20 different captions written by different brands, to immediately be able to pick out yours and be like, I know that that's from so-and-so because the voice is so specific and so consistent. So use it as a starting point, copy edit it, shorten it, lengthen it, whatever it takes, but definitely don't take something from your AI tool or platform and then publish it live.
Yeah, and a lot of these platforms learn as you go as well as a user, so it will develop to kind of start to understand what prompts you're giving it, what tone of voice you tend to go with. That's why giving feedback also on those platforms is important.
Yeah, that's a great point. And yeah, you can, in most of the tools that I've used, you can iterate a lot of times. So literally as it's, pumping out these ideas or copy, whether it's images or straight copy, you can then start altering it, and you can say rewrite this in a tone of voice that's more appropriate for 18 to 23-year-olds, or put more of an optimistic tone in here, or more of an urgent call to action tone of voice. So you can really iterate with it as many times as you want until it's kind of honed. And I would say, do that. Don't just, even if you're okay, now I've rewritten this 3 times, maybe take another look, maybe iterate a few more times until you feel like it is that strong where you're I couldn't tell the difference between this. And if I showed this to my colleague, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference from copy that I wrote from scratch and took me however long compared to this.
Absolutely. And with AI, are there any ethical considerations that businesses should be keeping in mind when integrating AI into their social strategy?
Yeah, I think this comes back again to kind of depending on what your organization's relationship is with compliance teams, having those rails in place, and then also thinking about what you're putting out there. I think there is a huge concern with using AI as a brainstorming and especially researching tool, that you will get inaccurate information. And if you're trying to move too fast or, meet a deadline, whatever the case may be, like you could put out very inaccurate, false information, which has obviously huge brand considerations, huge human considerations. That brings a lot of, I think, trustworthiness into question. So not like you using it to increase your efficiency, not to skip steps.
Absolutely. And, AI is just getting started. There's, of course, so much moving forward. So looking forward, how do you see AI evolving in the context of social media? And what advice would you give marketers who are looking to stay ahead?
It's a great question, and I don't want to give an easy answer, but I think it's going to transform social media marketing in ways that we cannot even foresee, and I think that goes for all areas of marketing and all industries. I've gone to a lot of different talks with leading AI experts, and the thing that they say, which is insane and terrifying and fascinating, is that in general, they're like, we can't see more than a year out, and even the people who are saying they can see a year out, they might be kind of stretching that a little bit. So there is so much innovation and transformation that is coming out of this that we really haven't seen before. I mean, we love to compare it to the .com bubble and, mobile technology and all of these things that we have seen and are familiar with. And there are definitely similarities and overlap, but this is an extension. This is something that we don't have specific experience in and are very much learning as we go. So I think the specific ways in which it will transform social media or anything are still kind of unknown, besides the fact that it will be massive and potentially unrecognizable. And I think for how to prepare for that is really getting comfortable with these tools, not approaching it with fear or like, this is just kind of an easy shortcut in, because I'm very much a traditionalist when it comes to writing and content creation. Writing is where I started. I love it. I would kind of see AI as being like cheating on your homework. And, now instead of putting in all of this work and effort and really creating something that's so personal and specific to your brand, we're just using AI. But I think that's kind of thinking about it a little bit the wrong way. I'm still sort of convincing myself of that. But playing with these tools, getting comfortable, and then finding the areas in both your work and your life that AI can make easier and cut out some of the parts that maybe you don't find as fun. But I think it is going to become much more the norm as we move forward. So I think getting comfortable and just knowing how to phrase certain things or knowing what these tools can be really helpful with and then what maybe they're not as helpful with, just having that kind of knowledge and speed will serve you very well as I think it becomes more ingrained in all of our marketing.
Absolutely. I know just myself, my personal use of AI that, when I first started using, I use ChatGPT for those wondering. When I first started using it, I would just send a short little prompt and just be like, hey, can you write me a short caption? And over time, being really specific and really taking the time to define who our audience is really has evolved to let it be just a lot faster and better and creating content that I would actually want to use. So definitely think that your tips to be very specific are so helpful for anyone looking to jump in, and just don't be afraid to just jump into AI and try it. There are free options out there. The paid ones, of course, are probably a little bit better, but you don't need to start there. It's just great to get ahead, and you don't want to be the person who's not using AI 5 years down the road if everybody else is. So I'm going to now open it up to audience questions. We have someone up here. Glenn.
Thanks, Cam.
if you'd be willing to, I'd love it if you'd talk a little bit more about that ethical and compliance and review piece. I think something that is very much on my mind is knowing that AI, at least at this point, that we're accessing isn't creating anything from scratch. We know that all of the outputs, somebody else wrote those. So, when you're working with legal and with compliance and also just kind of with your own gut check, do you look at it, are you putting metrics around it as like 50% of our final product has to be different from what ChatGPT spat out, or, how are you handling that?
Yeah, great question. I would say personally way less than 50%. Like maybe I would leave 10 to 15%, maybe. But really looking at it as that starting point, depending on kind of where you're at in marketing or what you've done with like writing especially, I always think about the difference of like being a writer and being an editor and like which is easier, which is preferable for people. Some people love just needing to edit, getting a nearly finished product and then going in and being able to put their own spin on it. Some people can feel, a little bit strong-armed by editing and they're like, I just want to do my own thing and like write in my personal tone of voice and then I can go back and shift it. And so I look at, AI as kind of providing you with that, like, here's a bunch of stuff if you're having writer's block and you just need something to start, like, spinning and editing, that's great. But it should really, by the end of the process, be almost unrecognizable from whatever the draft is that your tool spat out for you. And I think going back to what you were saying, too, with, like, how you speak to compliance teams about this, it's also providing like that context and helping them understand like where, like why you're using this. I think the why is really important. Like, we're trying to see if this can help us scale our, content production or our social media marketing campaigns by using this to cut out some of the inefficiencies that have existed. I think it helps to also say this is a test we're running. Maybe it won't work and then we won't use it again, but we want to see if this is something that helps. I think that context is really important. But yeah, ensuring that your finished product is very, very distinct. And I think there's the ethical part of that of, you want to be producing something that is unique to your brand. There are the other technical parts of it, of all of the algorithms that are crawling, your social sites, your websites, et cetera, that can tell, that have been designed to pull out bot written copy. And I think just being very aware of that, like there's so many reasons to be paying attention to those things. You can kind of pick and choose which one you want to use for your teams, but I think providing that context can go a long way, at least in my experience with getting approvals.
So you talked about like social copy, obviously, and using AI for that, but you also brought up scheduling. And so I wanted to know, have you used AI for scheduling yet? And what sites would you recommend?
I have used it a little bit for scheduling. I can't talk too much about the sites that I've used. I can't talk about the paid tools, unfortunately, as much, but have used some of the free tools like ChatGPT. I would say for the scheduling, my experience has been quite hit or miss. Like sometimes it feels great, but I feel like that's also so specific to your audience. Like even when we think about best practices with social media marketing, I remember when I first started doing like marketing and then going into social, it was like, okay, well, Sprinkler says that this is the best time to post at this day, but this other platform says that it's better at this time. And then as I've moved through different organizations and even divisions within the same org, like your audience determines so much of that too. So like my last job, the audience was very much adults and probably like on the younger side, maybe 35, but then up to like into their 60s. Now I work for a brand where from a social media perspective, we're super focused on children and more so like 11 to 17-year-olds. And so they are interacting with social media at different times. So I've used some of the tools, just literally putting in a prompt of like, what would be the best time for me to post on whatever the platform, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, etc., for an audience of this age, and it'll give me an answer, and then I'll kind of then cross-reference that with best practices, and then definitely be testing it out with, okay, how did this content actually perform, and really using that to benchmark. So I think, again, it's one of those things where, like, it can be a supporting tool, but it shouldn't be your de facto, like, AI will tell me everything I need to know about my content scheduling.
Any other questions?
You mentioned ChatGPT as a free tool. Are there any other free tools that you've used that you think are worthwhile checking out?
There aren't any other free ones that I've personally used. I think, you mentioned, if you have the paid tools, they can be a little bit better. I would also say, though, that everybody who's part of this paid system is kind of in the same race. So in my experience, getting to kind of pilot them out, they're very, very similar, and they're also dealing with a lot of the same issues. So it's nice to have templates, but I don't think it's necessary. I think, if you Google like other free AI tools out there, they're probably going to be pretty comparable. Just in my experience, everybody's trying to do the same thing. It's just who can get their finished product out first. And I have found like the chat functions of even paid tools to oftentimes be the most useful. So that's why now, like, I will use ChatGPT, and like if there is a paid tool, it's great. But I think starting off with the free ones and playing around, like if at some point you get to a part where your organization now does have all these paid tools, you might still end up preferring the free ones just because it's what's more natural to you, and it's a little bit more responsive. So yeah, I don't have a bunch of other free tools that I use, but I definitely would recommend just playing around with ChatGPT and seeing how you like it.
Yeah, a great starting point for a lot of those, and I think that something that kind of stops people from using AI or tools like ChatGPT is just they don't know what prompts to ask. And so I have found that like looking up prompts of like helpful prompts for social media marketer or whatever specific role that you work in, that has really helped me just come up with like ideas of different uses for the AI that I didn't even know to ask for it. Sometimes just to help you come up with ideas, help you write a template for an email, whatever it may be, there's just so many potential uses that we don't even know of yet. So I think that looking up for helpful prompts really is a good starting place.
Yeah, and to add to that, I would say don't think of it also as just a way to then like pump out a caption or summary of something. Like I'm big into strategy across all areas of marketing, and I think such an important part of strategy comes from, analyzing your competitors, analyzing what you're doing now, and AI is one of my favorite tools for that because you can literally plug in a website, like the URL, or you can do that for social, for like a brand's Instagram account, and have AI analyze it. And you can say, like, what is this brand's target audience? How would you define their tone of voice? Like, I use this for competitive audits all the time, and that is a way in which I'm like, yeah, me trying to have to read every single piece of copy on these websites and then say, like, their tone of voice is personal and informational, but not condescending, in a very conversational way. Like, AI will then pump that out for me. I plop it into my audit, and then I can move on from there. So I think from a strategy perspective and analysis, AI is so amazing for that. And sometimes that can feel less intimidating than being like, oh, I need to come up with a content idea to ask AI to create for me.
Absolutely. Any other questions? We might have time for one more.
Do you find that with the social media platforms, that are they scaling effectively with the introduction of AI? We're seeing it manifest in like TikTok, but in terms of like in-app features of like X or Instagram, how is that manifesting?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like they are. I also feel like in the tools for like creation and stuff, there's definitely preferences. In my last role, we only used LinkedIn towards the end because that was our demographic. And so there were a lot of areas, and then like they didn't have any kind of LinkedIn templates, which wasn't necessarily bad, but they had like 15 different Facebook ad and post templates. So I think, and again, it's like they're all in this race, so they're trying to see like who can I serve, who's not being served yet, and like how can we be the first ones to do that. So I think there are major gaps between them and some misunderstanding, because especially when we think about using these tools for marketing and social media marketing, those are typically not the people creating the AI tools. So like in some ways, the people in this room would be much more successful at creating an AI tool for social media marketing than the AI experts creating these tools, because you guys know what is important for social media marketing, how to engage with your audience, how to define a strategy, the scheduling, all of that. So I think that's where you really have to like know that you can't totally lean on LinkedIn, and you need to bring in your expertise and figure out the right way to include that in the prompts or whatever part of the tool you're using to kind of get that output. But I think, yeah, also to your question, like differentiating between like, oh, fun uses of AI in social media platforms, like doing crazy filters on your pictures, versus how is this optimizing like your brand and your job as a social media marketer?
Thank you. So thank you so much for speaking today, taking the time to be with us, Mary Kate. If you want to ask Mary Kate any questions afterwards later at happy hour, you can find her. And next we will have a panel on how to master short form video.
All right, we just need to reset the stage a little bit. So we have, yes. All right, you guys can come here next. All right, we've made it to the last panel of the day, and I think what will be one of our most exciting ones. So, guys, go ahead and get yourselves seated. So we have some social media and video experts from a few different universities here in Boston to talk about TikTok strategy, short form video, and what everybody is doing in these spaces. So you may wonder why we have 4 representatives from these 4 different universities on the same stage. There's no competition here, only collaboration. And the idea of TikTok collaborations is something that brought everyone together. So do you want to introduce this a little bit, Cam?
Yeah, so for those who aren't familiar with the Boston University scene, every February and January there is the Beanpot, which is the, intercollegiate hockey tournament between our 4 schools. And we got together. I think I posed the idea of us doing some collaborations together. Back in fall semester, we got together early this winter, and we just got a bunch of content together, and it was really fun. And it was also great. I feel as though it was kind of the beginning of a flourishing collaboration between us, and now we talk pretty regularly about all things social. So this is kind of what we produced back then.
Yeah, so I'll set the stage with the inspiration for this talk, and then I'll let everyone introduce themselves.
Excuse me, bro. You're excused. And I'm not your bro.
No, we ain't giving no hope. I ain't Romeo and now hold. Making a party, chocolate Barbie, waiting on me for.
How y'all doing?
All right, would you each like to take the chance to introduce yourselves and then sort of give us what was your reaction when Cam initially reached out to you about this idea? Yeah?
Hey everyone, I'm Dave. I'm the Director of Social Media at Boston University, managing all the content and strategy for the flagship channels. And my reaction was, let's do it. This is going to be super fun. Let's ruffle the feathers, if you will, sorry, BC, of all the other colleges and the students at them.
Is this, oh, perfect. I'm Ashley Simmons. I am the content and social media strategist at Harvard Public Affairs and Communications. I am a BU graduate, so when there was an opportunity to participate in some Beanpot content, I was thrilled, over the moon. I told my team that we absolutely had to get involved, despite not having a mascot, but we made it work.
Hi, I'm Xana Olive. I'm the social media manager for Boston College. And yeah, also excited. Our students love Baldwin, our mascot, and love when we get to spar with the other schools. So.
And Cam, I would say introduce yourself for those who weren't here this morning to hear you speak, and also kind of why was this important to you? Like, what do you think it accomplished for Northeastern and then the other schools as well?
Yeah, so I'm Cam Sleeper. I'm the senior social media video producer for Northeastern. And I guess what kind of set this off was when, back, I guess, last summer, we were really kind of focusing on TikTok more and evolving our strategy. And one thing that I saw brands do that universities really did not do was just collaborate with each other in really kind of extensive ways. And you see, brand partnerships with influencers, but you, outside of, Twitter back and forth, you don't necessarily see, I guess, cross-posting or collaboration. And I thought that could be something really unique that the four of us could kind of dive into. And since then, I have seen, some more universities kind of dive into that field, especially, with like college football season kicking off. And so that's kind of how I, approached, I guess, framed it, and I reached out to everybody, and thankfully, like, everyone was game, and we all brought some cool ideas to the table, and it was a blast filming, so.
So each of our universities definitely has a different approach to TikTok, to social media, a different brand voice. And so how do you approach content creation for a platform like TikTok or a collaboration like this and kind of make sure it stays authentic to you? Sure.
So our strategy on most of our social channels, but specifically Instagram and TikTok, is for students by students. So the idea is that someone will come across a video and be like, oh, look at this really cool student creator, and then be like, oh, wait, this is BU. So it's kind of like having BU kind of just be in the background as students are just being themselves on their channel and talking about their BU experience. And a part of the college experience is college rivalry, and so that's why I thought this project would be such a good fit. And when Cam came to us, and I mean, a lot of this couldn't have happened without Cam's amazing video editing abilities. That's why I was so game when it came about.
For us at Harvard, we were a little bit late to the TikTok game. I was hired in July of 2021, and they were talking about TikTok, and we didn't launch till November of 2022. But so we were very thoughtful and mindful about this space. Our audience is kind of hard to pinpoint. It's almost global in a lot of ways. But one of our priorities for our social strategy, and something that has remained at the forefront, especially for TikTok, is to bring a human voice to Harvard and to kind of take down some of the barriers that are perceived with Harvard University. So it's always part of our goal to be, showcasing research or telling student or faculty or alumni stories, and to bring some humanity to the experience of being at Harvard. So to be able to, collaborate on something fun and interesting and to participate in some trends with these schools was a great opportunity for us to do that. We posted these probably maybe 2 or 3 months after we launched our TikTok, and they quickly became really popular on our channels, lots of comments, lots of opportunities for engagement. So this was a really great opportunity for us to explore this just explore the TikTok space in a different way that we hadn't planned on when we had launched. So it presented a really great opportunity for us, and also to build relationships across higher ed.
My approach to TikTok creation is just unhinge. I saw someone mentioned that earlier, and a bit of background. I grew up in Michigan, and I had no clue that Northeastern existed until I moved to Boston. And so kind of my aim is to just make, everybody aware, everybody across the world, Northeastern doesn't have the name recognition of maybe the most popular university in the world, Harvard. But I would just want to get us out there in the internet sphere, in the ether, so that people are driven to learn more about who we are and what we do. And sometimes shock and awe is just the best way to do that. There is, I think, a bit of method to the madness. If you look at our TikTok, it can be a bit out there, but I always try and reflect on how can we elevate Northeastern through, comedy, through weird stuff.
Yeah, we have a little different approach. Obviously, we're a Jesuit Catholic university, so we have to stick a little bit more to our brand. But I think in general, we have a holistic view of how we do videos, including TikTok. Dave stole my thunder a little bit. If you look at our Instagram, it says For Eagles, by Eagles. We were one of the first user-generated content Instagram accounts going back to 2013. So we sort of took that approach with TikTok. About half of it is student content. We have a full team of students called the Social Fellows who are handpicked to create content. And then we also have our video team. I have one person under me who's half social, half video, so she creates a lot of the content. So we're really split between that professional style looking video and then trending, more student, focused day in the life or trending videos. So, and actually in that last TikTok with the two students who walked in, one of them is one of our social fellows, and so she came on that shoot. I wanted her there to help us direct for our account because we're so student focused, as Dave mentioned, like we just want to show student life at Boston College. It's so important that TikTok and Instagram for us showcase that, and it's so different than our other accounts. So I think that's the approach we take on all our, video focused accounts.
Great. So with TikTok in particular, we've talked a lot about conversation and everything being a two-way street today, but I think that's more important on TikTok than any other platform. And so what's your approach to engagement with your communities there and how you foster those conversations?
Sure, since I'm first in line, I guess we'll continue to go first. So I think the strategy of surprising and delighting strategically cannot be emphasized enough. I think it's really important to, one, know who your target audience is, and when you're scrolling through TikToks of that target audience, chiming in when appropriate and kind of charming with a cool comment, or chiming in to a rivalry between the schools is always fun too, and that's a great way to build your following and chime into like who you are as a university and show your voice. So yeah, that's my answer. I'm gonna stick to it.
I think for a long time, Harvard social channels were very one-way in the way that they engaged. And it's something that we're being really thoughtful and mindful of now as our social strategy is evolving, as new platforms are coming out. So, for a long time, we really didn't respond to a whole lot of comments. There's sometimes, we've all been there, there's so many comments, and some of them are great and some of them are not, and we have to protect our peace. But also, acknowledging the opportunities to create two-way communication with your audience, knowing that there's so many members of our audience across platforms who will never step foot on Harvard's campus, but replying to their comment or liking their comment is really something that ends up being 1 second of our time, but so meaningful. So as we have rolled out to TikTok, as Threads has emerged, even with Instagram, we're really being thoughtful about being more engaging with our followers and bringing them into our content a little bit more and letting them know that whether or not they ever, visit Cambridge or if they ever set foot on our campus, that there's a part of Harvard that is for them and that we see them. So whether it's just liking a comment or responding, we've all seen the TikTok comments that are like, oh, does so-and-so respond? Like even just simply saying, we sure do. Like just taking advantage of those opportunities to create goodwill with your audience and let them know that you see them. And that's something that wasn't always a priority for us and is increasingly becoming something that we think is really important and that we're embracing a little bit differently than we used to.
Yeah, going off of that, I really love when our audience, feels seen and heard by, the face behind, the screen, whether it's myself or Fernando or Virginia, whoever is, commenting on someone's or replying to someone's comment. But what I've found is a way to take it further is I really like to involve the comments within our content. You saw it from EF. They used their comments to create, their South Korea trip launch. And I really like to reply to specific comments with videos so that it feels as though the audience is not just consuming our content, but really being involved with our content and contributing to create it, because I think that helps them form just, some sort of bond with us. So, they feel as though they're a part of the team too. And I guess the other direction of engagement is if there's a viral moment going on the internet, I really like for Northeastern to be involved if it makes sense, whether it is a Duolingo video really popping off or just some random, trend. I really like for us to participate, whether it's just a comment or whether it's, carrying on to a trend. I think that's important to, just raise awareness of our brand.
Yeah, I actually think we could do a better job responding to comments. It's not something we've done, but we're working on.
You reply to us, though.
Yeah. But one thing Ariel actually said during her presentation that I think we do a lot is taking actually engagement, what people are saying, and using it in future content. So we take a photo on the football field of every new class that comes in, 27, 26 in the shape. And last year when we did the time lapse of the video, a lot of students were tagging each other, and do you see yourself, things like that. So then actually this year our caption was, find yourself, do you see yourself, that sort of thing. So we're trying to take the actual comments and use them in a different way. And obviously when we know content does well, we're reusing it different ways. So we have a lot of Swifties. So it's a big thing. I'm sure it is at every school. I think because my students are major Taylor Swift fans, we end up, when we see certain things, reusing them, reusing the comments, and people just go nuts. So that's worked for us, and I know we have to do a little better job of responding to direct comments instead of just using them for content, knowing that it works well for us.
So we're talking a lot about TikTok at the moment, but there are other forms of video and social media and on the internet. One of them being Reels, obviously. So what differences or similarities do you see between what you're posting on Reels versus what you're posting on TikTok, and how do you approach that?
Sure. So I think that the gap in difference is slowly closing, because I think you're starting to see Reels videos on TikTok, videos on Reels. But I think generally Reels has more of a, in my experience at least, a crisp, kind of clean feel to it. You see a lot of beautiful B-roll videos or beautiful meals shown or cityscapes, whereas TikTok, what thrives there are that raw phone in hand content. You're just propping your phone up against the window and you're just going off about a certain topic, whether it's 5 ways to engage with students or it's something completely unhinged, but that's what really thrives on TikTok. So I think while the gap is closing, keeping those things in mind and also just doing your research and just seeing what thrives on those channels in the types of content is really important. But generally, I think that's it.
So for us, there is a bit of a difference between what we'll post on TikTok versus Reels, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that TikTok, is a search engine. It surpassed Google as the most used search engine. So something that would appear on our TikTok that might not appear on Reels would be interviews with professors or commentary on national or global issues, things that our second we've had like 3 TikToks that have over 1 million views, which is incredible and unexpected. It was about ChatGPT and should we be scared of this? And this was a few months ago, and it totally had that response because it was all over the place. Conversations about ChatGPT were everywhere. So keeping in mind, with TikTok, that is a search engine. I go there to search for things before I go to Google in a lot of ways. Whereas for Reels, that's definitely a place, and this content appears on TikTok as well, but Reels is definitely more about the human side of Harvard and the people who are there, the research they're doing, a view of Harvard's collections at different museums or libraries. So our Reels are also, I would say, a bit more polished than our TikToks. But they're definitely more campusy and students and, events that are happening and, trying to really bring you to our campus. Whereas on TikTok, we also try and tap into the fact that it's a search engine and people are going there for news and they're going there to learn what's happening on different issues. So I think that would be the major difference between the two for us.
Yeah, I think one of the common themes here is that Reels tend to be a bit more polished. TikTok can be a bit more unhinged. And I really try and blend those two together, and that's where we found the most success. Of course, there's a lot of Swifties at BC. There's a lot of Swifties here too. So I pulled some strings back in July with facilities and got them to light up Krentzman purple for Speak Now Taylor's version. And that is, not necessarily the least unhinged thing that someone could do, but I still tried to make a polished reel to showcase the beauty of our campus while also being like, oh yeah, we're Swifties too. And I feel as though it's all about on Reels striking that balance and figuring out how to be casual and also how to be slick, because people watch movies for a reason. They're pretty slick, and if you can, capture that audience and that feel, that cinematic feel, people like to see it. They don't just like, fast-paced, casual content. There's, still an audience for both markets.
Yeah, I agree with what everyone said. I think with TikTok, there's obviously more meme style, more trends happening. We also think about our audience and what will translate to them. On Instagram at this point, it's pretty much everyone. It's alumni, it's parents at this point. It is a lot of prospective students and current students, but not all those trend style videos, those meme style videos are going to translate on Instagram. And on TikTok, it is pretty much current and prospective students. That's the only target audience we have. And we can get away with a little more, and we can get away with making fun of ourselves. We can do a little more that we're going to get some weird comment, or, the comments are going to be, this is a weird video, or this doesn't make sense to me, and things like that, things I would say as an elder millennial that we're not going to get on TikTok. So I think we are mindful of that, and more short form videos will appear on TikTok than will translate over TikToks that will appear on Reels.
I think TikTok as a search engine is a really interesting subject. I think something that's becoming, obviously, that's where the platform's going. Can you guys talk a little bit more about that, how you see people using it as a search engine to find your videos and how that affects your strategy on that platform?
Sure. So I think that's kind of the next, have you guys brought that up? I think that's the next stage of TikTok and Reels is incorporate, we have a SEO strategy, right? Search engine optimization, but we don't have a TikTok Reel social media SEO strategy. And I think that's going to be the next phase of kind of that side of marketing. And so recently for our videos is whenever I'm posting a TikTok or a Reel or any sort of short form video or YouTube short, what I'll do is I'll draft a caption and similar to what our last speaker was saying, I'll drop it into AI and be like, can you create a Instagram optimized caption for this? It will suggest a bunch. Obviously, none of that is in the brand's voice, and so then I edit it to be the brand's voice, and then I'll post it in the hopes that it shows up in TikTok search, Reel search, or YouTube short search. And then we're just kind of getting to that. So I guess the next year's project will be to kind of refine that strategy.
Definitely something that we're exploring. When we launched, it was top of mind that this was being used as a search engine, but definitely as we continue through this process, because we're approaching our 1-year anniversary, we're very excited. But it's a really great time to also reflect back and see what worked and what didn't. And I think that something we can really be focused on moving forward is, crafting those captions so that they are hitting those terms that we need. We do use quite frequently a hashtag generator just to see, here's what our video is about. What are some hashtags that we might be missing that might help us or might help people find our videos? So I think that I was really interested and intrigued by the AI presentation, I think for this reason. I think this is something that is going to be a huge takeaway for me on how to really tap into that piece of the algorithm, because we all know that the algorithm, it's insane how good it is. But continuing to focus on how to become a master of that, it's obviously something that is shifting. But I think that even from the moment we're storyboarding or we have an idea for a video, something that we are thinking about pretty early on is who's going to be searching for this, what words, in terminology should we be thinking about and using, if it's an interview, what kind of questions should we be asking so that it's reflected actually in the video, so that we're able to direct folks, where we want them to be. So, but I'm really excited about the opportunities that AI might present for this part of the role specifically.
Yeah, we started focusing on SEO for TikTok a few months back, and I have to give Virginia some credit because she really brought this to the social team's kind of top of mind. But we don't just pay attention to the captions and the hashtags, but also try and convey the simplest message of what the video is trying to say through on-screen text, and we found that to be pretty helpful. And I also kind of enjoy figuring out what the TikTok search bar is going to spew out on the top of the video. And I know we've done a really good job with our captions and hashtags and on-screen text. If at the top it says like Northeastern University better than Harvard or something like that. And I did a pretty poor job if it says something like Southern University or worst colleges. But that has never happened with worst colleges. But, knock on wood.
Just a little different take on this is that, and this is not something Harvard will ever have to worry about, but so one thing we really focus on is yield. So we get plenty of applications to Boston College year over year. It's record-breaking, but our whole goal, so we don't have my office one of our main goals is to work with the undergrad admissions office and do basically any major marketing for them. So our goal is to, once the students get in, convince them that they should come to Boston College, right? So when we think about search on TikTok, we're trying to show them all, the life at Boston College. But one thing I always tell the students and our video team is there are going to be some videos that are never going to have thousands of views. They're going to have 1,000 views or 2,000 views, but they're going to highlight a professor or they're going to highlight research at Boston College, and they're there so that when that senior who got in types in Boston College research or types in BC campus or something, it shows up and they see it and they say, oh yeah, this is why I want to go here. So it probably isn't so SEO, but it's what we think of when we think of search and what we're using, our brand for and our TikTok for.
And if I could kind of go off of that, I kind of sometimes obsess a little too much over our numbers. But what I see sometimes, and I'm sure what you see, is those types of videos that don't necessarily do well when you launch them, that don't have that sense of virality, they will be consistent, and they will, you know, over the course of 6 months, a year, when you go back and look at your numbers for the fiscal year, a video might surprise you, and you say, I remember when I posted that got 2,000 views, now it has like 15,000, like, what happened? And it's all just, you know, from people discovering it when they are supposed to discover it, not necessarily discovering it when you want them to discover it.
So we've talked a lot about TikTok, a lot about Reels. There are other video platforms and social media. You mentioned YouTube Shorts. What other trends, platforms, or just what do you see in the next year or so in terms of growth for video?
Can you come back to me?
Sure.
I can get.
Okay, great.
We've really started focusing back on YouTube. When I started in this role 5.5 years ago, and YouTube was a dumping ground for our video team. They didn't even a lot of times put descriptions in, and so again, SEO. And so I worked really hard. I basically said, this is now a social channel. It's mine. I'm taking it back. So talking about SEO, we're very intentional about what we put on YouTube, but that was sort of where it ended for a long time. It was just all the videos the video team makes go on YouTube, and we're very intentional about what we say and playlists and all that. And I luckily have an amazing videographer who, like I said, half of her videos are social and half are what we call like more traditional videos that up on websites. She's focusing a lot of her social video time on longer form vlogs with students, day in the life. We're doing alumni spotlights, and she's doing these amazing tours of all our new buildings on campus. And I think the whole idea is we think that, again, talking about channels that have now become Google that are searching, YouTube is one of them. So we want to get those students, they're searching in YouTube for things, or on Google, and YouTube is coming up. So we're being very intentional about YouTube again, which I think we abandon a little bit for all these new shiny channels. I'm not saying that's the new thing. I think we don't know what the next thing is. I really think this generation and the next generation are going to go somewhere where their parents are not, right? Like parents are now getting on TikTok, so they'll go to the next one, and I have no idea what that will be, and hope I'm retired.
I will say some parents are on TikTok. My dad is always the first to comment on Northeastern's TikToks. So if I didn't give him a shout out in this panel, it would be, I'm sure he would be, yes, the comments would stop. I'll have to pick your brain later about YouTube. We always talk about kind of reinvigorating that, and I'd be interested to see what you've learned. For me, I kind of think that Threads is really interesting. I almost think that the Threads algorithm is delivering better content for me than even the Instagram Reels algorithm. And so I think that that'll be really interesting to see where that platform goes, especially now that they're launching a desktop version, and just how video finds a place on that platform. Same goes for X. I think, the platform has gone kind of downhill in my view, but that doesn't mean that it's always going to be downhill. I think the ownership and leadership there is very in flux, and so it could emerge as a really intriguing platform, and I don't know what the future holds there, but it could be really interesting.
I'm thrilled to hear Xana talk about YouTube that way, because my team just had 2 days of retreats and meetings and social brainstorms, and it's also something that is super top of mind for us, YouTube's little renaissance. We've actually recently had members of our team go back through our videos and give our captions a second look and give our hashtags a second look, and if we're linking to other social platforms, adding those to captions, because previously, like for a lot of folks, YouTube was a place where we just put all our videos. We had some playlists, they were somewhat curated, somewhat regularly, but shifting that focus of it just being a place where we put video to it being an actual social platform is something that we're really prioritizing in the next year, and I'm really excited about. So it'll be interesting to see experimenting with YouTube Shorts and experimenting with more SEO and possibly some AI generated content there. So I don't think this would have happened if it weren't for a platform like TikTok or for obviously Reels. But I think it's interesting to see YouTube possibly get reinvigorated a little bit in that way. So it's definitely a place that we're putting a lot of attention. We just hired another member of our team, and half of his job is to do social video, and he's already been blowing our mind with his insights on YouTube. So he's my godsend, and I'm so excited that we have him because I just love picking his brain, and I already told him if anyone's ever mean to you, I will fight them. But just because he has so much insight that we weren't bringing to that platform until now. So it's definitely a space that we're excited about, and a place that we used to just like have, and now we're like, actually, how can we be thoughtful and strategic here where we weren't for a really long time?
So thank you for going first, because all of your answers lifted my speaker's block. So I think that one of the conversations we actually just had about YouTube Shorts is, I know that so I've read that they're going to be adding ability to like link to longer videos. So I think YouTube Shorts is going to be kind of like the lead-in to like the longer form video that we know and love on YouTube. And I also, and this is just a guess, but I guess we're all just guessing in the social media space, sometimes at least, educated guesses, is that the rise of like the passive viewer, right? It's like the non-engaging viewer is gonna be a thing, like where you send videos to people's direct messages more than just like engaging and commenting there. So kind of like thinking of that and keeping that top of mind when creating short form video.
I'm also kind of intrigued to see where, and one area that I have not seen brands particularly delve into is live video, especially like TikTok Live. If you ever go on that, it is like weird. And so
it's the Wild West.
Yeah, it's beyond the Wild West. It's outer space over there. So it'll be really interesting to see what brand, what institution dives into that, I guess, form of content first.
My students would love to hear that. I'm sure you all do in some form. We do takeovers. Our students do takeovers. And I was home one summer Friday, pre-pandemic, and I got a notification that Boston College Instagram was going live, and a student just decided to do a live Q&A, and I held my breath for about half an hour. And luckily, he was amazing. Everything worked out fine. But yep, unscripted, live. So I think all social media managers in this room would freak out a little bit if anyone did live TikTok.
I'm
but
sweating
Cam,
thinking
of all
about
people,
it.
I trust you the most doing that. I would just sign out of everyone's account if our TikTok ever went live.
Yes, that sounds scary. I can attest. I'll ask one last question before I turn it over to the audience for questions. So what's one piece of content that you're the most proud of, or something that you think has really had a positive impact for your institution?
That's a tough question. I'm trying to think. I mean, I think the collaboration that we just had for the Beanpot is something that I never thought would happen. And like Cam, thanks for reaching out and getting that started, because I think that was like such a hit, I think, across all of our channels, and such a great example of the ways schools can collaborate and just kind of brainstorm and kind of showcase really the Boston experience of going to school here.
My answer is kind of boring, but I'm proud of all of our content because it's just blood, sweat, and tears, 100%. But so for those of you in higher ed and maybe beyond that, there was a Supreme Court decision that came down in June against Harvard about college admissions. And it was a really challenging time, for Harvard, but for higher ed, and, for a number of reasons. And, we were able to coordinate with our incoming president and, film a statement ahead of time. We had no idea when the decision was coming. They don't tell you. It's just like there's a blog, and at 10 a.m. on a Thursday, they might make your decision. It's very stressful. But our team was able to coordinate with the incoming president, and while the video is not flashy, there's no bells and whistles. It is just straight to camera, to have the opportunity to address the decision and what it means for our community, and to just come out with a strong statement is just, it's not something that we're able to use our social channels to do very often. So I think that that video performed very well, and I think it got a lot of views for a number of different reasons. The comments had people in support of the decision, and the comments had people not in support of the decision. It was a very mixed bag. But I was really proud of the collaboration that took place for that video to be created. But also that we were able to say something about something that was really relevant and happening and impacting a lot of people in real time. So that was an opportunity that we don't have as often as we may like. But it was a great video, it was a great statement, and I think it just is something that our team is very proud of.
Yeah, the first thing that came to mind kind of was the first video that cracked 1 million views for us. It was Pause Dancing with one of the dance crews here, and that level of views is certainly rewarding. But I think the more like personal, I guess, proudest piece of content that I've done was actually pretty recently. I have a film background. I went to film school, and so I always like to kind of flex that cinematography itch that I have. And so I recently did like a hyperlapse that had like 120 different shots in like 15 seconds, and it incorporated, we are launching our 125th anniversary campaign. I incorporated like a lot of archival footage in order to showcase how campus has changed over the years, and it was just an incredible amount of work, but I'm happy with how it came out. So
if you haven't seen it, it's absolutely amazing.
Thanks.
I'll just say one that's actually very close to my heart. So before I came over to this role, I was the communications person for the baseball team at Boston College. So if anyone doesn't know, and a lot of people don't know, and this is why it's close to my heart, is the Ice Bucket Challenge was basically started by a former BC baseball player named Pete Frates. And I was there. Like, we were posting those videos on our account before people knew who Pete was, before he blew up, So I was the social media person for all of that. So it's like basically the best thing I've ever done in my life, be part of the Ice Bucket Challenge. And it was so random. So on the anniversary of his birthday last year, we have this great drone shot when he passed away of, his number was 3, so the 3 and a heart on the baseball field. And it had snowed, so they had cleared it off. So like you could just see the 3, and it was snow all around. So we had put, that had gone up like on his funeral, which was in 2019. But Ariana, our video person, had said, what if we like reuse that, but do it with like some sort of message so people remember, And so I wrote a script of one of our former players, like leaving him a voicemail, just saying like, hey, it's your birthday, just, was thinking about you, just to remind people. And I got, if anyone's a baseball fan here and is from New York, Michael King now pitches for the Yankees, but he pitched at BC. So I texted him, he like recorded it. So it was this like shining moment for me as someone, like all these connections, but it did really well. But also, I think it was not our most well-performing video, but like it reminded people about Pete, it reminded people of the Ice Bucket Challenge. There's been so much advance since then. So like we put all these things together, and it was such a collaborative effort, and it was so short and took no time at all to do. We already had the video. Michael just sent me a voice memo. It didn't take long for me to write the script. So for me, that was just something that like was so heartfelt, but didn't take very long to actually put together.
Awesome. Questions from the audience? We're tired at the end of the day. Yeah. Just
okay. Hi. So I work in communications at one of the colleges at Northeastern, and I'm curious. This is kind of a more logistical question about, as the kind of owners of social channels at the big brand level, would you rather see us little sub-brands in the colleges and centers and all the institutions within the university trying and probably failing a little bit just because we have fewer resources and sometimes different priorities? Or, and you can be honest, would it be kind of easier to manage if sub-brands were just not doing video or kind of like taking a more specific strategy with it? Would you rather us just try?
No, I think that definitely try. And video is such an important way to reach people now. You don't necessarily need to create a whole TikTok account, but you can, definitely, add Instagram Reels, and your goal is to reach your audience, and video is one of the most effective ways to reach your audience right now. So I think, try, fail, try, succeed. You're gonna strike gold at some point, and I think that definitely, you'll never know if you'll reach that audience to your maximum potential if you don't try, and video is a great way to do that.
I just want to echo that a little bit. 150%. We're always reaching out to the different schools and centers and affiliates at Harvard, looking for opportunities to collaborate, looking for folks to, we might see a piece of your content and be like, we'd love to feature this on, on the flagship, or, if we see a story in the Harvard Gazette about, a professor or a student at a certain school, those conversations are how really great content ends up being made. So we're always looking at the great things that our schools are doing for inspiration, not only for our channels, but for ways to collaborate and ways to elevate that content. So I think that, the number one rule I think in social media is, just try. Just try. And if it doesn't work, you just do it differently next time. But we rely so heavily on those collaborations, and that's where we learn and grow the most. So keep doing that.
I would say 100% try as well. So, and also use, big Northeastern or big whatever school you're at as a resource too. Like ask and you may receive, right? So we might have a student intern that's able to help you with the project or something, right? So it's worth asking to see if another office or big whatever school you're at or whatever corporation you're at has the bandwidth to do it. Because they might be totally on board and you're like, yeah, let's do it. And at the same time, we'll also cross-promote it. So definitely 100% try.
One of the things we talked about earlier too, because I think this is really important, like you have the tool in your hand, right? Like your phone is a really powerful tool to help you create video, and it doesn't have to be all the time. Like Cam might do a lot of cinematic things because he has those skills, but it doesn't have to be that. I think you can do more than you think you can do. And if you just try and then it doesn't quite work, you'll refine your style. Like our TikTok was live for a year plus before we did anything really great with it. So like, and there's no shame or anything in that. It's just like, if you don't try experimenting, if you don't at least take that step forward, then you won't get anywhere. And to your point too, like we're a resource for you if you have questions about like, how could I, like Cam's available, I'm available, the whole team's available. We can definitely have those conversations.
Hi, everybody. I have a question. Speaking about video content and the expectation of output, how does your teams plan to scale that, but also manage the expectation with like executive leadership or just leadership in general? So that's the first question. And then I have a next question, so choose to answer whichever one you want to. Being the owner of the flagship brand for your university or being a part of a team, how do you manage all of the content coming your way? So I actually do manage a sub-brand of Northeastern University, and we're probably like the second, or we're fighting for the first or second largest college in terms of students. And so I'm literally getting bombarded all the time about all these great things. And while you have to be like super selective on what you think is great, some of the things are kind of like really cool and just try it and see what works. And obviously those are the ones that like pop off and you're like, okay, great. But how do you manage all of the great content coming towards you, managing the expectation of leadership? Because sometimes I feel like they're like, throw a graphic with a QR code on there because we really want it. Or you hear all these awesome stories, but you already have a content calendar going, and you kind of have to pivot really quickly. So either question you want to answer, that'd be great.
I probably have the smallest team here. It's me. And then half a person, basically. So I totally understand where you're coming from. So two sort of things for content-wise and like video, and like I said, we use a lot of user-generated content. I have a huge student team, and this has been, I have spoken at BU about this. This has been cultivated over years. Like I said, I started 5.5 years ago. I basically started from scratch and like redid it. So I have about 20 to 25 students, depending on the year, a video team, a TikTok team, an Instagram team, and so they're split up. We have meetings, they have responsibilities, some get paid, some don't, and part of the students that get paid cultivate content. They look through our Instagram, and on our campus, it's known that you can be on our Instagram and your handle's there and everything. So they're actually, and same with TikTok, so they're actually like looking for that content. In terms of content that's coming from like arts and sciences or school management, whatever, that's on me. So I am constantly just looking for it. It's just part of my job, I guess. And like you said, knowing what's good and what's not, and then being in touch with the marketing director from, the nursing school and saying, hey, can you get me this graphic without the QR code, or just using it by myself. So I'm constantly looking at maybe the main accounts, and then everything that's sort of student driven, I have students do. That's helpful.
I have kind of the benefit that these three don't, of just being, the video producer, not necessarily the entire manager. That pleasure goes to Fernanda. So I don't necessarily have to worry too much about the entire content calendar. So I'll answer a little more of your first question. And Matt kind of touched on this earlier, of he just kind of started posting every day because he just did. And no one ever really gave him that expectation, and no one ever really gave me the expectation, I think, of posting every single day. But I just kind of started doing it, and I just kind of got into a rhythm. And I know that not everybody has the team to do that, and not everybody has the the resources to post one TikTok or two TikToks every day. But I would say, just start small, try and make a commitment to, post once a week, twice a week, and just you'll start to see success. Megan mentioned we didn't really, push the bounds of our TikTok for like 2 years, and eventually we, really started to gain some consistency, and we saw success then. But just, once a week, twice a week, see what happens, and also film in batches. You don't need to set aside time every week to, film a bunch of TikToks. You can set aside some time once a month to film a bunch of TikToks, and that is, I think, a good way to approach it too. And also just be honest. If I came to my team and I was like, hey, I'm swamped with other stuff, I just don't have time to post a TikTok today, or I have ran out of ideas, then maybe it's time to, you don't want to force anything. So
I don't think that would ever happen, that you would run out of ideas. I've known you for a long time, and something would be wrong.
In terms of output, especially for TikTok, right off the bat, we were like, oh, we'll be able to do two TikToks a week. That's reasonable. And then there are some weeks that we are able to do that. And then there's some weeks where we can do more than that. And then there's some weeks where we're just like, oh my God, we can't do this. But I think it was helpful for us to just set, just for our team, the expectation, but also not really be beholden to anyone to necessarily do that. And that comes, we have a great team leader who protects us from a lot of, stuff from leadership, and is really protective of our time and of our resources. So that's really helpful there, but also being kind to yourself and giving yourself some grace. We said we're gonna do 2 TikToks a week, and at first, if we didn't hit that, we were beating ourselves up, and it's just, why, So just being kind to yourself in terms of output, and choosing quality over quantity, and posting videos that you're proud of, and that you're excited to be sharing. In terms of content overload, something that we try to do. We have a huge Slack channel for all the social folks at Harvard, from every school, from different centers and affiliates. And we're trying to cultivate this community so that, you know, when they have content that they think would be a fit for our channels, that they, you know, we have really open lines of communication for that. And we're also just pretty clear with what we're able to handle, what we're able to manage, but also what our brand pillars are. And, you know, our audience is so broad that we simply cannot post about events because most of our followers are nowhere near our campus. So we're just pretty clear with folks about what our expectations are, what our goals are, and if you have a piece of content that works for that, like, and that we can both really benefit from, absolutely we'll be able to share it and elevate that. But I think just being clear with what our social media strategy is, there's a lot of transparency there, I think, and just keeping those lines of communications open. So even if there's times where, like, there's always like 1 week in July where I'm like, I have literally nothing for social media. And that's when I'll reach out to people from the schools and be like, hey, anything going on? So just facilitating those relationships and being transparent about what your strategy is, I think has helped us with the content that comes in.
Similar sentiment. I would say just be realistic about your goals for video. And so I know when we started our TikTok, we were like, let's try to post like 3 a month. And then like as we like kind of got used to like that cadence, like, okay, the next year, like, let's up this to 5 a month. And then this year it's like, let's try 7 a month, right? So like be realistic, know what your manpower is on your team and what you can do. And similar to Xana's program, one of the things we started was a Terrier Creator program where we actually now pay creators. They sign up, we pay them to create content for us based off of various topics that need content creating throughout the year. So that helps too. So leaning on your students and or your constituents to create content, and if you can, pay them because that motivates them even more. And then to answer your second question about all the content from all the other schools and colleges, I would say what I really try to do is if we have a space on our content calendar, sure. But what I do is like, let's amplify your accounts by us just resharing. That way we can build a following there, so that way you're not always leaning on the big accounts or the big university accounts to amplify your message, right? So like, let's continuously reshare your account in the messages there, so we can kind of send our followers there and be like, hey, this is an important account at BU or Northeastern too. So yeah.
Awesome. All right. Ooh, go ahead.
We have one more question over there, if we have time.
Yeah, we have time for one more.
It's coming. Don't worry.
So some of you mentioned looking at YouTube again in the future. So what made you all rethink YouTube as a viable platform to make content for? And also maybe some predictions on how you think the unhinged content or mindset will play out within higher ed in long-form videos.
Yeah, I can attest a little more to Unhinged, and I really can only speak on YouTube from kind of a consumer point of view, and the kind of content that I watch there is occasionally from brands, but it is still more casual. And I am finding that almost that TikTok, voice is seeping into, YouTube more. And so, I wish I had time to kind of organize my thoughts a little more on this. But I do feel as though there is room to, kind of tastefully make things a bit unhinged in like the long form, because unhinged content for 15 seconds is one thing. Unhinged content for 2 hours is, I guess, uncut gems. But like, I don't know if we can put out uncut gems as a Northeastern university. So it's I'll have to I'll get back to you on that later and collect my thoughts a little more, because I think it's a really good question. But I do think that there is room for it. And I think that YouTube is going to continue to grow as a platform. It is, it's a behemoth.
Yeah, I cannot speak to the unhinged content that is not Boston College's brand. But in terms of YouTube and going back to it, I mean, I think like I said, when we started, it was like those, very beautiful professionally cut videos and dean's messages and, welcome class of whatever. And I'm very lucky to have Ariana Cho, who's the senior digital content producer, who looked at what we had and said, this is what we're missing. And it basically was like a TikTok style of vlogs and day in the life and dorm tours, things like that we didn't have on our YouTube that we thought students would want to see. So then we did focus groups with students and we said, what do you watch on YouTube? What did you search for as a prospective student when you were in high school? How did you search for it? Well, they were all searching on YouTube and Instagram, and they weren't using Google the way we use Google. So that was how we came to our decision. And so, the only thing is I heard on NPR this morning that government's trying to break up Google. So who knows what's going to happen and how YouTube could be affected as being owned by it. But I think it's really great because your YouTube videos show up on Google as well. So like you're sort of getting this, I already said that, but yeah, that's how we sort of came to the decision.
For us, we were collaborating with some social folks at Harvard College Admissions on a video, and we were collaborating them on the actual video, but also on the caption. And this creator, the caption that he wrote was totally different than anything we would have put in our YouTube. In the links he included and the hashtags or whatever, all this stuff, we were like, oh my God, what? And then we currently we have comments turned off on our YouTube because for a really long time, it was just a lot of spam. And he was like, oh, is it possible to turn on video or comments for this one video? Because I like to see what people say, good, bad, or indifferent. And we were like, oh my God, absolutely not. And then we paused and we rethought why we had taken that approach. And it's something that we've just been doing for a really long time. So the combination of seeing him craft not only the actual video, but the description and the way he was using hashtags, that and the conversation about comments, made us really thoughtful about YouTube. And maybe the way we were thinking about it 3, 4, 5 years ago, very different now. And maybe it is a space that we need to rethink and reintroduce into our strategy. And then we also added another team member who uses that space pretty frequently. So just anytime you get someone new on your team, they bring different perspectives and just so many ideas for how we can use that space. So that was really the key, the two things that happened that made us actually pause a little bit and think, oh, maybe we're not using this in the way that we could be.
For us, Shorts is still we're just kind of figuring out what to do there. But for long form video, each video that we post, we go through and we optimize it. We add chapter tabs. We add the correct hashtags. We've actually gotten into YouTube paid recently as well. So just kind of boosting the videos to the right audience as well. So because we do same as Xana, a lot of dorm tours, a lot of we have a series called Terriers in Charge, highlighting different presidents of different student clubs that in what they do, right? Because prospective students are coming to YouTube, be like, okay, what is it like to go to BU? And they want to know, what's it like to live in the dorms? What's it like to be a student there? What's it like to go to class there? And so we try to create long form videos, not from our team, but from our video team. We work closely with them to kind of highlight that experience. And then as the videos go live on YouTube, we make sure we're optimizing them, adding their correct tags, adding the correct SEO optimized descriptions, adding those chapter tabs to make sure that they are getting in front of the right people, and adding paid where appropriate as well to give those videos an extra boost.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. This has been so interesting. I will release everyone to the food and the bar in just a moment. It's definitely all waiting for you. I did not expect for unhinged to be the buzzword to come out of the day, though it seems like that might be what it is. But that's why I love working in social media. I don't think there's another field that you could go to a day-long conference on, and that's the takeaway that you would come home with. But I hope that what you get from that is the freedom to try and experiment and be bold and be brave and really think about what your audience is looking for and how you can connect with them in really fun and interesting ways. Before we wrap up, I just want to thank all of our panelists for coming. We couldn't have done this without you. Each of you brought such a unique and different perspective to a really interesting topic that I'll certainly be thinking about how I can apply it to my work over the next weeks, months, days, years. I want to thank Renata for empowering us to do all the things we do every day, but especially bringing this group together. We're really supported by our leadership here at Northeastern, and I think that's reflected in the quality of our social. I want to thank my team here at Northeastern. You guys are the absolute best. I love working with you. It brings me so much joy and just happiness, the product that we're able to put out every day, and especially Virginia for organizing this incredible event, bringing together so many amazing speakers, and just taking care of every little detail. So thank you all for coming, and enjoy the drinks and food.